All right. I'm live. Okay, so we're gonna try and do the actual recording of this video today. So we're gonna need to, and we're gonna try and package this up. So I made a small change. Okay, so a small change was made. Um, and I went and I utilized the initial coin pickup and then I modified it a bit because I wanted to be able to package this and I can't package it if sorry. I wanted to be able to package this and distribute it, but I can't package it and distribute it if I'm using content that I don't own the rights to. And for the pickup sound, I want to try and modify it. So I took the royalty free stuff and added I added some overlays to it and I changed it. I modified it a bit and it kind of works. Like it you can still hear a bit of the original, but it's got a bit of a different sound. Yay. So, I don't know. It doesn't sound great. It's a little bit more muted, which I kind of like. It's not as sharp. And then this was the original. Where did I put it? It's probably over here. Here it is. Right? So that's the original, and this one's mine. You can kind of hear it, right? So, anyways, now I forgot to. No, I did transfer it. Okay, I did transfer over the YouTube video. So I've got that in my Z drive. Do do do.
What's up guys, welcome to new Unreal Engine 5 tutorial. Today gonna show you how to collect coins with your model, sounds and make them spin. It's gonna be a very easy video to follow, so
first things first, let's make a recording here of this. So we'll do how does he do that? I think I could do add window capture. Actually, I should probably move this over before I do anything. Here we go. Add window capture. Wait. It won't let me? Oh, that's so stupid. I have to actually package it. Huh. Damn it. Actually, what if I do this? Alt F4. Yeah. Life hacks. There we go. Okay. So what we want to do is we're going to open up the desktop audio, make sure that's being shown up. Okay, and then Alt F4. Now we can make the recording. So I want to mute myself on this. No, I don't want to. No, I do want to mute myself because we just want to build a base recording. So let's go here. We'll go to settings, output, see videos, browse. I think this needs to go to YouTube. New folder, coin pickup tutorial. Oops. Apply, okay. I'm gonna move this over to a second screen here. We're going to launch this. We're going to start recording. Open this back up. Alt F4, stop recording. Tutorials. Do. There we go. There we go. Okay. Now we need to do a rundown, creating a project. We're going to delete it later. We need to create the project and set it all up and everything. So I'm going to have to go 2 screens. One that actually has the game running, essentially, right, with everything going. And then the other one I need to have on this. So one on this screen here and one on this screen. So I have all my notes. So this one here I'll be moving over, right? But I don't want both of them operating at the same time. We can close this now. To save. That's fine. Close this one. Save and quit. We'll minimize this for now. We can
start it. Alright, so the first thing I'm going to do is import. So today, what's up guys, welcome to new Unreal Engine 5 tutorial. Today I'm going to show you how to collect coins with your own model, sounds, and make them spin. It's going to be a very easy video.
Okay. So what we're going to do is open here. I'm going to come here. Oh, there's an update. I would love to update a bit eventually. Wait, they're still updating 4.2.7? Wait, before we go any further, I gotta check this out. Unreal Engine 4.27. Point 3. News. View all. This should be up at the top here, right? I want to see the release notes. What's the point of updating? I want to know. Give me update notes. Unreal Engine 5.1.2 update notes. I don't want the release notes. Ah, cool. Okay. I don't actually care. Wait, do they not have a... Okay, I can just launch from here. Okay, so first things first, we need to figure out how we're going to do the recording here. I'm going to get this launched up to the select screen, and then we're going to go from there, and we're going to figure out exactly what we want. Okay, so let's open this up. There we go on the side screen. It's on the right. I'm going to open up a coin on the side here too. So I want to open up the Niagara effect, the coin, and the material, because this has all of the parts in it. Everything else is going to be off screen essentially. And really it's just the Niagara stuff that I need to make sure that I've got down. Let's also make a list of the shots that we need to get. So I was thinking about this a little bit more. So we need a programming shot. A shot with details about code. Actually, I don't know why I'm bothering with that. Ugh. All right, let's just move this over here. Okay, got the full project open on the right screen. We're going to do everything here on the left screen. It's going to be great. Okay. Now, I don't know if I want to record it here, if I want to record it here. I'm kind of leaning to record it here. And then, but I want to get, like, should I have the camera zoom in and stuff like that? It's kind of like the hard part here. Like, if I do the tutorial without me on camera, that would actually make splicing this together a bit easier. Let's see what this guy does. Yeah, he's almost never on screen, if he is. I think he's on screen in some of his videos. He's not on this one. Let's plan the shot. I'm being indecisive. Leave me alone. Oh, that's what it was. Prismatic dev. I want to take a look. I really like this guy's tutorials. He does a really good job.
Hello and welcome back to the Niagara Particle Variety Show. Today we're going to be looking at a very handy tool called the Niagara Parameter Collection. Now you might think that sounds really similar to Material Parameter Collection. Well, You are correct. It is very similar. In fact, it actually piggybacks off of the material parameter collection setup, blah, 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 blah. So, how do we create a Niagara parameter collection? Well, you're going to right-click, you're going to go to FX, you're going to go to Niagara parameter collection. Let's call this tutorial NPC thing. NPC, not to be confused with MPC, is a Niagara parameter collection. So, if we go and double-click on it, you can see that we have this source material collection. Now, this is there if you're already using a material parameter collection. So if we go to my MPC environment weather thingo, which is where all of my weather and time variables are stored in Prismatica, this is now mirroring that entire collection. So this won't happen in editor, unfortunately, but at runtime, anytime the material parameter gets changed, it will propagate those changes to the Niagara parameter collection. So just keep in mind, this doesn't happen in the editor. So, if you change your time of day without explicitly setting it again on the Niagara parameter collection, you won't see any changes in your scene, but at runtime, it will work. So that's just a note. So let's go to a new Niagara system. We're going to create an empty system, and this one's called, I don't know, we'll call it Fireflies or something. And then we are going to right-click, add an emitter. Let's just go like the hanging particles, default particles thing, and we will just make these really bright. So on initialize, color, let's just make them red just for fun. Let's go 200 brightness just for fun. Cool. So these are going to be really visible. Now, what we are going to do is down the bottom here in our variables list, we're going to go Niagara parameter collection. We're going to click this, and we can go to common and look for the one that we just made. So tutorial NPC thing 001. And we are going to, let's get the fog opacity value. So we're going to grab our fog opacity, and then in the spawn rate, we're going to go spawn rate, and we're going to choose multiply float. So this is just any float multiplied by another float. So number A is going to be the fog opacity. We can drag that up into there. Alternative.
Okay, so he kind of bounces back and forth between a couple of different types of shots here. Like this is zoomed in, which is fine. And then everything shot with, I guess everything shot from this one area. I think this is just him changing the scene though. All right, let's just do it all here. Oh wait, no, I don't have access to the camera on this computer. Okay, we're not going to shoot it all here. I'm going to shoot part of it here. I think we can get away with that. If we remove me from the video and just shoot it like this, right? I can just be in there, and this might work. This will just work. Okay, so I'm gonna unmute myself. There we go. And I'm gonna do the recording here, and then I'm gonna see if I can record just the camera on this side one here. But I don't really want to, but I might need to. Okay, so I'm opening up OBS. Launch anyways. NVIDIA will only broadcast to a single OBS at a time. Good to know. All right. So, actually, you know what? For this one, I think we're no. I should just do it. I should just do it and stop being like that. Launch anyways. Settings. Whoa, output. Recording. See videos. I don't want that. I want the Z. Didn't I mount it? Did I not mount it? I didn't mount it. Holy shit. It's not mounted. I never mounted the drive. Interesting. I'm gonna have to do that at some point. Okay, I guess I'll leave it at C videos. Here we go. Captures. Beautiful. Okay. Warning, recording cannot be paused if the recording encoder is set to use stream encoder. Interesting. Okay. I am slightly out of focus. I'll get there eventually. I'm not very good at this, but why is the focus not there? This is clearer than I am. What the hell? Oh, there we go. There we go. I got it. Now I'm clear. Now I can talk at the camera. I don't think this is gonna work though. Hmm. Okay. We're gonna do the recording on both sides. Actually, I'm gonna leave myself in the corner here for the recording. And we're gonna just get started. Okay, so we're gonna do record. There we go. There's the recording. And then we're gonna come into here and we're gonna get started. So also going to start the recording on the right. We're going to start the local recording too. So will give me multiples. Here we go. And we're going to pop back up the stream. And bring back open up the OBS here. All right, so let's get this party started. Start recording. This is going to be probably a pretty big thing. All right, so we're going to start with, okay, so let's see. So today we're gonna do a tutorial. No. Today I'm gonna walk you through the process of translating a tutorial that I found on YouTube from. Oh, I gotta start that over.
What's up, guys?
I'm gonna do this, and then I'm gonna do that, and then there. Let's just blow that one out here like this. There we go. All right, there we go. All right, so today, okay. Today we're gonna go through a tutorial. We're gonna match this tutorial that I found from Grokka Games, and we're going to translate it from blueprints to C++ today. And yeah, if you like him, go give him a subscribe and a follow. I thought that I was subscribed to him, but I am not, so I am now. And this is a good tutorial, so give it a thumbs up. Anyways, please feel free to go give him a follow. And we're going to translate his entire 10-minute video here, where he walks through how to create a coin pickup and play a sound effect when you pick it up, and create a Niagara effect. And we're going to translate all of that to C++, obviously minus the Niagara effect, because just do that in blueprints. I don't even know if they expose that to C++ to actually like individually create the Niagara effects. They might, don't hold me to it. Anyways, so let's get started with creating the actual game. So here he's going to tell you to click the blueprint. I'm going to tell you to click the C++. We can leave it desktop maximum, or you can do scalable. It's up to you. I'm going to leave it on maximum. We do not need ray tracing for this. If you really want to, please enable it. We technically don't need the starter content, but we'll leave it in there just in case, right? Now let's say we're going to call this coin pickup. And that will mean that when we create our classes, we want to name them. And we'll probably name them let's say coin pickup tutorial. All right. So now when we create our classes, we'll want to name them CPT, right? For coin pickup tutorial. Beautiful. We're going to set the project folder to my Z drive. Actually, I don't want that one. That one's going to be very slow, just because it's a network drive. All right, so we're going to come over here and we're going to put in our Unreal projects here and click create. Now this is going to create, set up, and open up your code editor or your IDE, most likely Visual Studio. I'm going to be using Rider though, so just be aware. All right, let's get this started. The long wait will be cut from the final product. It's going to take a long time to cut, I feel. Man, Unreal 5.1 takes forever to create a project. This is something that I have definitely noticed, because right now it's actually creating the project. It's just going to take a month of Sundays. I might have to go in and like pause the video. I should probably I'll figure out how to do that where oh, here we go. We're back. There we go. All right, so we're loaded in. Then we get this little thing here. We can trust and open. I don't think this shows up on Visual Studio, but it does show up in Rider. This is going to take a little bit of time here to finish compiling and the kind of like just the linter, right? So it's going to go through, look at everything, and and compile a kind of short list so it can quickly jump between files and stuff like that. So don't worry, it's going to take a little bit. Give it some time. It's loading the project. So while we wait for this, how's everybody out there doing? The like no viewers, you know. Yeah. Always good times. So much fun. Okay. We're about back here. There we go. Beautiful. Okay, so first thing we're gonna do is that, and then we're going to come into our wrong one, this one. There we go. And I want to bring up chat. There we go. Okay, so now we have our template. We can hit play. We can see that it works. It takes a couple seconds for the shaders to load in and jump around. We can collide with these little boxes if you wanted to. Blah, 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 blah. Beautiful stuff. So the first thing that we want to do is we want to bring in the coins themselves, the audio files, and we want to bring in the we want to create the Niagara effects, right? So we'll do that real quick, right? Because once we get started in the C++, we're going to kind of iterate on it slowly. So we'll want to just get this set up. So we're going to create a new folder. Our folder is going to be coin pickup tutorial. We're going to drop into here. We're going to create a folder called, now I'm going to opt to keep these together because I have not done that in previous projects and kind of makes you like have to jump all over the place. So I'm just going to keep everything for this one in one central spot. Right. And I think this is going to make this a little bit easier. Coin. We'll say coin. And then we're going to import the coin. Now I created this coin yesterday. If you were around yesterday for yesterday's stream, I created it on stream. Well, I also test ran this project itself to make sure that everything was going to be okay. All right, so we're going to bring in this, And everything should be default, ready to go. It's just import all, you should be good to go. We can save that. And then what we want to do is we want to bring in here and do textures, right? And in here, we want to import the files themselves, right? So you'll have two files. You'll have a occlusion roughness metallic file and a base color file. The base color file will give you everything, the colors and everything like that. This is going to be added details that have been baked into it. Just give it a little bit of a nicer look. Okay, there we go. Now we're going to come back out to coin here. Now that those are all good to go, we're going to give it a save all, and we are going to create a material. Huh. To get those done, I would stay and watch, but my kitchen cabinet fell off the wall yesterday, so I need to get that go repair it. Oof. Well, good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Don't worry, this will be up on YouTube in a much more polished setting. So, Squid, you can always watch it later. All right, so where were we? Right. All right, so now we're going to create a material. This will be the base material because we're going to create a material instance. Material instances are more performant and they can be reused later on. So you always want to start with a material instance if you can, and never a material itself. But we need a material to base a material instance off of. So we're going to do material. We're going to call it coin base. We can open this up. Now we can go into the textures and we can bring these bad boys here in. Beautiful. Now, what we're going to do here is drag this bad boy into here. Now, with this, so the color here, we just want the RGB going straight into the base color. For this one here, because this is the occlusion, roughness, and metallic, it goes in that order. Occlusion, roughness, and then blue is metallic. But I want to do some quick math on the metallic to give it a bit of a nicer shine. Because right now, let's go like this. We've got this object here. Let's take a look at what it actually looks like in here, right? So we'll close this out. We're going to come into coin. We're going to open up our coin, open up this, and add the material. There we go. Beautiful. Save. Now when we bring this bad boy in, this is what it looks like. Now, we can make it look a little bit different if we want. One of the things that I did here on my primary project that I showed you was I did a minus from the blue, and then I did a multiply of 0.5, and I put that into the metallic. And I think that makes a little bit more of a mute and nicer kind of color. Gives us a, I think it does a nice job. There we go. Now the coin is no longer spinning. It's not spinning at the moment. So the next thing that we want to do is we want to make the coin spin, right? And now to make the coin spin, usually you would create a blueprint from Actor. Now we don't want to do that. We want to create a C++ blueprint. So what we're going to do is we're going to come into here. We're going to say Actor. So make sure that we come down to C++ classes. You want to click on your coin pickup tutorial. In here, we just want to say right click, new, and we're going to go to Actor next. Now, we want to say this is going to be the coin pickup Actor, right? But we want to do, this is going to be the coin pickup tutorial, right? And then we want to give this here a subfolder. So inside your project, it will be under actors / right? And right here, the .h and the .cpp files will be right next to each other. It's fairly custom in C++ to have them in public and private, right? Because the .h file is public, the .cpp file is private. And what that means is that everybody can read the .h file. The .cpp file is compiled in a way that's illegible unless you reverse engineer it, and you don't get all the information back. It's not a one-to-one when you decompile something. So we can achieve that by clicking on public. And now you see it adds in those folders. Beautiful. And now we're just going to create class. And this is going to open up our, this is going to open up directly inside of our editor for us. Once it's finished, obviously. At some point it will finish. We're just going to pretend that did the right thing. Okay, I'm just going to reload this project because that's been something that they've been struggling with weirdly. And I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this, but it's weird and it bothers me. Okay, beautiful. There we go. Eventually this will finish and then we'll get on with it. I hope that I can do this entirely in one take kind of thing. This is going to be a long video. Actually, it is going to be longer than the other guy's video. There we go. All right. We're going to hit run. Make sure so the first thing we're going to do after we've closed down everything is we're going to rerun the project to make sure that everything actually compiles correctly. There's no issues. I've noticed that 5.1 can be a little bit buggy on this at times. I don't know why, but whatever. Everything seems to be running now. We're going to close this down. Actually, let's do this. Okay, so I've now closed Unreal, right? And what we want to do now is we want to run this and create the actor that's going to take in the coin and make it spin, right? The blueprint actor, and start setting that up through code. So we're going to do coin to pick up tutorial coin. And the first thing here that we're going to do is we're going to create a blueprint class. Now, usually you would go to actor. What we're going to do is we're going to go to classes and we're going to type in coin pickup tutorial, and we see our coin pickup actor. That's why we want to preference everything. We're going to create it. We're going to call it BP coin pickup actor. Give it a quick save all. Now, when we open this up, there's nothing here. Now, usually this is where people would start adding in like a static mesh, right? And stuff like that. We don't want to do that here, right? So we'll leave this. We're going to now come back to our code editor, and we're going to start by adding in something that's going to come up later. Yeah, we're going to add in something that's going to come up later. Here, we need to do a public, oh, sorry, not a public, a private dependency with a module name dot add range, right? New string, right? And this is strictly if you plan on doing the Niagara part of it, you'll need this string. All right. Oops. There we go. Beautiful. Now this just says to Unreal, hey, when we're building, hey, go grab this and we're actually going to use it. And if not, it strips it out. So it doesn't get added, it doesn't get looked at, and it makes things a little bit more performant, snappy, and I think it actually probably reduces your overall size of your project as well. Okay, so now this is done. The rest of this is going to be done within these two files. I'm going to split this, put this over here. So we have the 8.h file, which is public, where we lay everything out, like, you know, our variables, function, well, because it's classes, it's going to be methods and properties that we're going to use are all going to be laid out here. And then in here is where we're actually going to write our logic. So let's get started. First things first, you never want to be ticking unless you actually have a reason to tick. So the first thing I always do here is turn this off. Do not need to call tick if we never tick. So we're turning it off. First things first. The next thing that we do is we're going to delete these two because we don't do anything on play, right? So on begin play, we're not doing anything. And on tick, we're not doing anything because we've disabled it. So we just delete those. That also means that we can delete these. Beautiful. Okay, so the next thing that we need to do is add our nav mesh and our to this so we actually can see it in game. So the first thing that here, right, we're going to do a protected. This just means this is just a way of scoping things so other things can't access them. You could put these in public, but I would suggest putting them in protected or private. It's up to you. But I'm going with protected. All right, so we're going to use a U property. This just allows us to open it up to, it says, hey, track this pointer, because we're going to be using pointers, which are just a reference to a memory location where the actual object that we're dealing with is stored. Don't worry too much about that. You'll get used to it with time. So we're going to say edit defaults only. And you'll notice that there was a lot here. There's edit anywhere, inline, yada, yada, yada. These all describe how blueprints can access these properties, right? Category, and we want to give this a category. So we'll say coin pickup to, we're going to do coin pickup tutorial. This I'll show you in a couple seconds here once we get this in what this category here actually ends up describing, right? So T object pointer, right? Now we've got two things here that we can deal with. So we're going to do a static mesh component, right? And this will be, we'll call this mesh component. There we go. So this here is new to Unreal 5. This used to be written like this, but we don't do that anymore as of Unreal 5. They encourage us, not require us, but encourage us to use the T object pointer instead. So we're gonna stick with what they suggest, right? So to set up this, we want two things. We want the mesh and we want a collider, right? So we're gonna also set up our collider, right? And the collider is not going to be exposed. So we have our U property, if I can spell it right, U property. There we go. And here we're going to say T object pointer. And we're going to use a U sphere component. Oops. And we're going to call this the collider component. And make sure that we spell component right. Component. Yep. Now, here it wants to import this because it's not here. So we're just gonna put that in there, and we're gonna say class, and this is going to tell it that this is going to be substituted in somewhere else, and this is the type of it. So don't worry about it, kind of thing, right? And then we want to also use a collider radius so you can control how big or small the collider actually attached to this is. And you'll be able to see it in a couple seconds here. So we're going to give this one a U property again, right? And this one's going to be edit defaults only. Give it a category of coin pickup tutorial. And then here we're going to say this is going to be a float, and we're going to call this collider radius. Oops. Radius, right? And then we're going to give it a default value of 32.f. Boom. Ah, Lethal Scribbles. I'm making the tutorial today. Actually doing the filming for it now, and then we'll edit it in a bit. It's coming. Okay. Okay, so this here is just another way of writing this. So it can kind of be written both ways. This feels better to me, so I'm doing it this way. There might be a technical reason that I am unaware of as to why you should do it this way. I've seen it done in some more experienced dev Unreal people's videos, so I'm just kind of picking up after that. All right, so now we can actually set up the static mesh and the collider in C++, so we have everything ready to go. And the reason why I put this here U property down lower than the static mesh is because when I come in here, these are going to be the first things that I see as a developer. And I want those to be as close to the top, the things that I might actually want to worry about, right? So anything editable by a user is going to be important to me. So that's why I push them up to the top. All right. So we're going to come into here and we're going to set up our collider. So here's our collider component. We're going to say, and having this over here, it's being pulled in. So this here collider component is actually referenced, is this one here that we created. Okay. And that way we can access it throughout the entire class. In any method that we call, we'll have access to this. All right. So we're going to create a default sub-object. And now right now, we're actually inside of the constructor. So this is the first thing called anytime somebody creates this actor, right? And we're going to give it a name. This name, we'll call it collider component. I keep misspelling this. Component. There we go. And we have to give it a class type, which is sphere component. There we go. So here you'll see that, oh, hey, this is red because we haven't actually imported the required things. So we're going to click on it and it's saying, hey, include it from component sphere components / sphere components .h. So we import that and here you'll see it showed up. And we could do that here and then it would get pulled in over here. But if we do it in here, right, we can make changes here and import more things. And as long as they're not used over here, then we don't have to recompile everything that utilizes this header. We just need to recompile this. So on large projects, this can make a massive difference in performance of like how long it takes to actually recompile your game. So you want to try and avoid putting headers into here if you can get away with it. And that's why we needed to put this class up here because it requires an import to work correctly. So this here, we want to set this as the root component, right? So we call the method set root component, and we pass in the collider component that we just created. By the way, this also is the human readable name that we're going to apply to it. It will show up on the right, the left-hand side of the blueprint. All right, now we need to make sure that we set our radius, right? Because that's going to be important. If somebody gives us a radius, we actually want to do something with it. Collider component. Set sphere radius. And here we want to utilize the sphere radius that was provided from the blueprint. So we'll do collider radius. And now if we reload this, let's make sure that everything's saved. I always want to try and make sure to do this because I do this way too often where I don't save things. And then I try and open the wrong one where I've got my notes, which is literally just the code I'm writing. There we go. And we can say open. Coin pickup tutorial. We've got the mesh and the collider radius. Beautiful. There is a small problem here. This is not the correct one. So we're just going to reload this. This happened to me once yesterday too. Oh, wait, it's because we didn't create it. My bad. Oops. Let's go back and pretend that we do the right thing. Ooh, we're gonna have to put a cut here. Okay, so now that we've got the collider component radius, the collider component set up, we're going to want to set up the static, the actual static mesh for the coin itself. So let's do that. So this will be the mesh component, and then create default sub object again. And here we want this to be, we'll say mesh component. And then we need to give it a class. And this is a template class thing. So this will show up in some of the things that we do, right? And we want to make sure that we spell component right, which I keep adding an extra E. There we go. And then we also, let's actually set up our overlaps and stuff like that real quick. Actually, no, let's not worry about that right now. All right, here we go. We're going to run this and hope for the best. There we go. Now, when we open up our actor, we'll see a static mesh component. We can click into here, and here you'll see coin pickup tutorial. And that is where this is. Whatever we put here, that will show up here. So what we want is static mesh. And then we can grab our mesh and input it directly and hit save. Then we'll compile it and not close everything. Now we can take this coin here and bring it into the scene. Bring it up a little bit and hit play. And I put it all the way over here. Look at that. We're running straight into it and we can't run through it. Now that's a problem. So we're going to have to fix that. So what we're going to do is we're going to come over here and we're going to say, hey, I would like to fix that problem. Sorry. All right, so let's disable collisions on the mesh component. So here we'll say mesh component, set up attachment. We also want to do this, get root component. There we go. And this actually attaches it correctly, which I forgot to do. Mesh component set collision enabled, right? And then here this takes in a struct, so essentially just an integer, but you have to know exactly which integer you want. So we're going to say collision. We're going to use the struct. That way we don't have to memorize the numbers, right? And this will be no collisions, right? And then, I don't know why I did that. Then we want to set up the collision response to all channels. So we'll do mesh component, set collision response to all channels. And here we want ECR, which is another struct, ignore. Structs are just very performant. That's why we're doing this. And then we want to also make sure mesh component set generate overlap events is false. And now our mesh is imported correctly and our collider is imported. Our collider is not complete, but it's imported. So now we can rerun this. Open up. Come down to static mesh. Static mesh. Make sure that this is set to the coin, which we can do again by that. Oh, do this. Do. So then we're going to come here, static mesh here, and make sure that the coin mesh itself is clicked, and then we can pop it right in, hit save, compile. Now, if I open up the blueprint, right, we can come to the viewport. We can see this red here is the collision radius, and we can scale it up or down. Right now, 32 is exactly what we want. Any number we put in here will actually affect the radius here. So save. And then when we bring this into the world, and let's delete this one. And save all. And then we hit play. There's our coin, and we can walk right through it. Now, right now, when we walk through it, nothing's happening. There's no pick up, there's no destroy. The coin doesn't know what's going on. So we're going to hit escape, and then we're going to come into our code again. And we're going to flush this out so a pickup can actually happen. So we want to start by saying, hey, right, I want you to actually generate overlap events. So we'll say collider component, set generate overlap events, and we're going to say true. And this will activate overlap events, because overlap events can be very expensive. So you want to avoid them if possible. The key being if possible. They're not so expensive that you should avoid them at all costs, but if you don't have to have them, you shouldn't have them. And that's much like anything in gaming, especially gaming, because of how tight your tolerances are for frame rates. Right? So collider component, right? So now that we've generated overlap events, we want to set up the rest of it so it actually generates them correctly. So we'll say collision enabled, and we want collision enabled query only. If query only isn't, like, if query is not set, then no overlaps are going to be triggered. I double checked that yesterday with a bunch of different settings, and query only allows overlap events to happen, and physics only does not. And then physics and query does allow it, but if we don't have to be checking for physics collisions, why bother? Collider component. Right now we want to set all of our other channels. So the character themselves is a pawn character, a pawn collider type, right? So what we want to do is we want to only activate when we get overlapped by a character, a player character, right? So we can rule out anything that is not a pawn right off the bat, right? And if you want, you can narrow it down even further. So, but to make this easier, what we're going to do is we're going to set all channels to ignore. And that's ECR ignore. Now you might be wondering why I'm doing that. And the reason being is on the next line, we're going to set the collision response to channel. And here we're going to say ECC pawn. We want to set that to ECR overlap. And what that's doing is saying, hey, everything's set to ignore. This one here, we're going to come in and we're going to say, hey, set pawn, only pawn to overlap. So now only overlap events will happen when a pawn object is overlapping. There is one more thing that we'll need to do to actually initiate overlap events, and that's to bind to the overlap event delegate, right? And you don't need to worry too much about like what exactly an overlap event delegate is right this moment, like what a delegate is specifically. We'll get to that. That will happen later. It will come with time. U function. Now, because we're binding to a delegate, we do need a U function, right? So that's why we'll use the decorator U function, like we use the U property decorator. It's just a requirement. So we want void, and it's going to be on begin overlap component. On begin overlap component event. All right. And then we need a series of things that are going to need, we need a series of things that are going to need of arguments that we'll need to put into here. Right now it's quite long, so I'm going to put this on its own line. right? And we're actually probably going to use 2 lines for this. So we need a U primitive. And this will be a pointer. Overlap. And then we're going to call this overlap component. Right? And then we need a actor. And this will be other actor. U primitive component. Other comp. Now the line's getting a bit too long, so I'm going to return and do it here. Int 32. Other body index. A bool b from sweep. And const f hit result sweep result. Beautiful. Now we generate it over here. And I'm just going to do some quick cleanup. There we go. Beautiful. Now what we want to do here is set this up to we want to log to screen when we do an overlap on when the overlap actually takes place, just so we can prove that it's actually working before we start building out the logic, right? So here we're going to say G engine add on screen message, say -1 15.f, right? So key -1 just pushes it to the very top. The 15 is the time to display. We're going to also pass in a color. We'll say f color. We can do, let's say yellow, because it stands out. And then we want a text, and for the text is overlapping the coin. There we go. Now I'm going to bring this down so we can see it all on one line without having to scroll to the right. You want to avoid scrolling to the right in code. If you can avoid scrolling and wrapping, you never wrap and you never scroll to the right when you're looking at code. You always want to be able to just see everything that's going on. Okay, now we've added this, but nothing's telling the collider to call this here when an overlap event happens. So we're going to have to go do that now. And that's going to just be the delegate bind that I was talking about earlier. So we can come up here and we can do that right here. So here we want to do collider component on component begin overlap, right? Dot. Now the on component begin overlap is a property. And it is an actual object itself, not a pointer. So we use dot instead of an arrow. An arrow is when you're accessing a pointer. A dot is when you're accessing an actual object itself. Oops. All right, and then we're going to do add dynamic. And then here we want to pass in this. And then we want to pass in the actual function that the method that we just created. So that's ACPT coin pickup on begin overlap. Yeah, that's correct. There you go. And we're done. So let's rerun this now. There we go. We're going to open this up so we have access to it all. Beautiful. And we're going to hit play. Now, when we walk over this, we should see a message up in the top left corner, right up here, that says that we're overlapping. Overlap the coin. There we go. See? Beautiful. Every time we overlap it. Okay, and then we come back to here. Now, let's actually have it destroy and do some of the other stuff that we really, really want. Mainly, let's have it actually do the rotate and the destroy at this point, right? That seems like the next logical step, but we're going to start off with just the destroy. So we can just come down here and literally just call destroy. There we go. So we always want this to happen. We can delete that since we've now verified it. We don't need it to be there anymore. Now, if we want it to rotate, right? We can add a rotating movement component, and that will just cause it to rotate in a circle, right? So that seems perfect. Let's add that. So we need another U property, and we're not going to expose this one because we don't need to, and we need to make sure that we spell things correctly. And this is going to be a U rotating movement component. And then here we're going to say rotating movement component. There we go. T object pointer. There we go. And here, class. Beautiful. Now that this is set up, we want to actually build it and attach it. So we're going to do rotating movement component, and we're going to say create default subobject. Give it the class of U rotating movement component. And then in here, we're going to name it rotating movement component. Beautiful. Now we want to add an amount to the rotation speed that the user can provide us through a blueprint, right? So rotating movement component, rotation rate. And this is going to take in we have to set this to the type of a rotator, right? So what we're going to say is rotation speed, right? And this is giving us an error because that doesn't exist right now. So what we can do is we can copy this. And here we're going to say an F rotator. And we're going to call this rotation speed. And we need 3 values. And those values by default should be 0, 100.f, and 0. So this way you can have it twist in any way you want, right? But the yaw is the one that will twist this way. And we want it to twist like this, right? We want it to turn, right? If we wanted to turn this way, we could do the roll, and pitch, I think, would be this way. Anyways, we'll see that when we actually boot this up, right? So now we've got those two ready to go. It's under the coin pickup tutorial. Beautiful. We can now restart. There we go. Open. There we go. We can see the 100 and we can adjust this as we'd like. We can save. And then when we hit play, we'll see the coin is now spinning. And when we walk over it, it disappears. But nothing happens. There's no sound. There's no nothing. So let's add the sound, right? Because it'd be nice if there was a sound that said, hey, I picked up the coin, right? So what we're going to do is I prepped a sound yesterday that I went online and I found, and then I went and I modified it so I can actually update this as an entire thing. I think I put it in here. Yeah, here we go. So we're just going to bring this in, right? So we could do the import and then put it to, or just drag it in, right? And then if we here, there's the coin pickup, and we can hit play. There we go. That's the sound we're going to play every single time we pick up a coin. Okay. So the next thing that we need to do is come into the C++, save all, make sure that that's saved. And we need to add all of that stuff in, right? So we need something to allow the player to, or sorry, the user, our fellow developers, right, who's using the blueprint, to say, hey, I want to add this as the coin sound, right? So let's do that. So we're just going to copy and paste this down. This is now going to be, though, a T object pointer, and its type is going to be a U sound base. And then we're going to just call it sound file. Beautiful, right? So that's what we need. This will allow the person using the blueprint to provide us with a sound file. Now we want to be able to play that sound file. So we're going to come down here, and inside of here, because we want this to happen when we actually walk over it. And we also want this to only happen if a player walks over it, right? So what we can do is we can do an if. Because we don't have any AI, we can just do cast, right? So then this is if not, and we'll cast a character. And we'll say other actor. And all we want to do here is just return. So what we're doing here is other actor is the actor that is currently walking over or overlapping the object. Then here we're saying, hey, take that other actor, which is an A actor, and check if it is a character actor. If it is a character type, right, then this here will return an object, a valid pointer. And if it is not, it returns a null pointer. And null pointers are falsy, which means that they trigger false in an if statement. So because we want this to trigger if it is false, we add this here exclamation point, which turns that into a true. Now here, this is now complaining because we haven't added the import to the character. So we can just and import. And this also, this type of autocomplete stuff also works in Visual Studio as well as Rider. So these aren't specific to just me being able to use them, kind of thing. All right, so from here, what we want to do is we want to check to see if the sound file has actually been added. So we're going to say sound file. And this just says, hey, if this is a valid pointer, let's do something. If not, let's skip this logic altogether. All right, so we're going to say u gameplay statistics. And we're going to say play. Oops. We're going to actually do the import here. So this requires the include to Kismet / gameplay statistics. So there. And then this will allow us to play sound at location, right? And then here we want this as the first object, which is the world context, which is a U object. Then we want a sound base, which is just going to be sound file. And then we want the location. So our location is get actor location. Then we want the voice. Then we can assign a number to say we want it louder, we want it quieter, right? So we could do, right, a volume multiplier, right, like that. And then all we have to do is come in here and we can set these, right? So the volume multiplier, we want to be able to be controlled. So we're going to do this. And this is just going to be a float, right? And then we can do volume multiplier. There we go. And make sure that we spell volume correctly. There we go. And let's default this to 0.5, mainly because I hate how so many games have volume set at max, and the max is so loud every time I open up a game. So I'm going to set this to 0.5 so it doesn't blow out anybody's eardrums. And that's kind of the point there. Be respectful of your users. All right, so now if we rerun, let's make sure we've got everything. Yeah, okay. Let's rerun this. Now we'll open and we see this and we can say, here's my file and pop that in. And here's the 0.5, right? And hit save. And then when we hit play, that works. Now, if we wanted to, we could also come into here and say 1. Save, compile. This isn't particularly loud. I toned it down a lot, so you'll notice it's a tiny bit louder. 0.5. And then we can also change this. Like if we put this at 100% here, it's going to move in interesting ways. Or not. Interesting. We'll leave that. Don't worry too much about it. Anyways, so this all is working. And now if we want, the next thing that we're going to do is the pickup effect. So we want to now create an effect that plays whenever we pick it up, right? So let's create that effect in here, right? So what we need is we need a Niagara system. We need this type of Niagara. We're going to do a omnidirectional burst, right? Finish. And then we want to make sure that we name it correctly. So I'm just going to go over here and we're going to name it NS coin pickup VFX. We're going to open this up. And then here, we're not going to use a sprite. We're going to use a mesh. So we can delete this. And then we want to add in a mesh renderer. And then inside of here, we want to actually set the mesh itself. So we come into here. There's the mesh. So we're going to grab our mesh itself and plop that sucker right in there. And see, you can see that it's exploding correctly already. Now we can go up to, we don't want them to be uniform size. We want them to be different sizes, right? Is it? There it is. So we want to go to here, and then we'll see here we want to set this to unset. And then the mesh, we want to set to random uniform. And for random uniform, we want 0.5 to make them a bit smaller. And 0.7 maybe. There you go. And you can play with these to get them just the way that you want them. There you go, save. And then let's add that now. Let's first do this, save all, make sure everything's saved. And then we want to come down to here, and we want to actually add in the pickup effect, right? And whatnot. So we're going to come into here, And we're going to say, hey, we need a pickup effect. So we're going to say a U property. And this will be edit defaults only. Category equals coin pickup tutorial. And then here we want to say T object pointer, U Niagara. Make sure I spelled this right. Niagara system, right? And then it's on pickup effect. I'm just gonna I'm just gonna copy and paste to make sure I get this 100% correct. There we go. Beautiful. Okay. It is correct. And then we just need to paste this in here and class. There we go. And it's gonna get pulled up in here, where we're gonna have to do the import now. So now that's all set up. You can see it down here. We're gonna do if on pickup effect. So if it's set, we want to do something. So here we want to say U Niagara system. No, sorry, U Niagara system Niagara function library. And then we might need to actually do the import by hand. Okay. Include is met. Oh, sorry, no. Niagara function library.h. There we go. And then here we're going to have this do the play, which will be spawn system at location. The location will be get world, because the world will be the first thing that we pass in, or the context. Actually, we might be able to just use this. On pickup effect, right? So this will be the effect that we're passing in. Other actor get. And then this will be the location that we want it to be at actor location. There we go. And then we can recompile. All right, so the recompile is done. We'll open up the asset to make sure that we can see everything. Everything is not set because we need to actually pop that in. There we go. And we're going to save all just to make sure. There we go. And then when we hit play, give it a second here to load the Niagara into the system. Let's just replay. There we go. Beautiful. Now, I noticed something. When we do this, we actually want this to spawn at the player location, not the location of the actor itself. So what we're going to do is we're going to say other actor get player get actor location, and this will substitute in the location from the coin itself to the player that is walking over it. Now we refresh. We're going to open up the asset. Make sure everything's still set. Everything should be still set. That's fine. That's great. Moving on. Play. And now when we walk over it, it's a little bit more in line, but I don't like how it like shoots out from the midsection. So why don't we move it up? Now, if we want to move it up, right, we need to have an offset, right? So let's do a offset. F vector offset, right? We're gonna stash this so we don't have to compute it. Actually, wait, what am I doing? That's not what we wanted. Sorry, my bad. What we want is, oops, F vector, right? And here we want pickup, effect, spawn, offset, right? And then here we want to say the offset, we want to say U property, edit defaults only. And then we want to do category equals coin pickup tutorial. And we want to give this a value of give me 1 second here. What did I set as my default? 90. Right, this is a float. My bad. Float. There we go. Then for this, we want to say, hey, we need an up vector. So let's get the up vector. Get actor up vector, right? And this is going to be F vector offset plus, or sorry, not plus, multiplied by 90, which is going to be the pickup effect on pickup. Sorry, pickup effect offset. And then we can come down here and just add offset. And this is going to bring it up. Oh my God, allergies. There we go. Here we've got it set to 90. There you go. That feels a little bit better. Ugh. Sorry. Excuse me. And we're done. We've now done all of it. Now I'm going to upload. Before we do that, let's make that constant. It's not going to be changing. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to upload this to this code here and all the files and everything to ArtStation. So if you want, you can download everything. All right. So that's going to be it for the tutorial. And now let's get started on editing. OBS, stop recording. Oof, give me 1 second. Oh, that's much better. Oh, oops. Where did I have this citing? YouTube coin pickup tutorial. There it is. Oh, wait, this is not it. Here we go. New project. Coin pick UE CPP coin pickup tutorial. Okay, let's do the media pool here. And we need to bring in all of our media, which we don't have all of it at the moment because we need one of these. So give me a moment here. I gotta do this on my other side. So this will be there we go. YouTube. Rename. With can. There we go. Oh wait, I need to. Here we go. All right, so now if we go into here, go to YouTube, coin pickup tutorial, we have both of these. We can move them over. The selected clips have different frame rate. The project, would you like to change? Yeah. Rename. Actually, we should rename these. Can I rename these? Camera with camera. Camera footage. No camera footage. Intro footage. And this guy's footage. original tutorial. I don't think I'm going to use a lot of this one, but it's here just in case. There we go. We need a little bit more stuff, so we need to come over to here. We can close this now. We want to do here. We're going to go to I sent my girlfriend a bunch of things last night for me. So here for C++. Oh, sorry, that was two of them in one. Download. Save as. Save. Do, and we want this one. I need to double check to see if this is correct, though. I think this has the background that I want, but it's hard to say. Oops. The white logo. Wait, what? Why is this different? Save image as. There we go. We can close this, and we need to bring all of these in, like so. Oh, it doesn't. It doesn't like the SVGs. SVG to PNG with transparent background. There we go. Beautiful. Back to DaVinci. Bring in this. Beautiful. I think this is the one that we want. But we might end up with this one. I don't know. These are probably not going to make it into the finished product, but you never know, right? Okay, so original tutorial. Intro footage. Insert selected clip into Okie dokie. So we want to flip this so it's at least right here, right? So I think this is the blade. No, S. There we go. And we can get rid of this. Don't need that. Okay. I did not record audio on that. Did I not record any audio on this at all? I can't hear any audio. What if I move this to... Wait, where did my other stuff go? Why is this on... This is supposed to be on... oh. Wait, intro footage. Wait, remove. Let's go back. Oh, yeah, here, right? And then we delete this. Okay, and then no camera footage. I want this to be in 2. Nope. It's not that. Not that one. Do I have to just drag it in? Why am I getting nothing? Huh, weird. I think this one probably needs to be... No, this just needs to be moved over. And then if we come over here, I think we'll be able to hear it. No, we can't hear anything. Why can't we hear anything? Oh no, that was a marker. I didn't mean to do that. Give me one sec, I'll be right back. No sound in DaVinci Resolve 17. How to fix part 1.
What's happening, guys? Welcome back to another Quick Tip Tuesday. If you're new to the channel, my name's Jay Lowski, and so I'm starting a new project, drop in my clip, and there's no audio. I can't hear anything. I know the audio's there, I can see the waveforms, but I can't hear any audio. So let's jump in Resolve, and I'm going to show you how to fix that real quick and easy. Alright, so here we are in DaVinci Resolve. I just have a random clip in here, and if I play through the clip, we see that there's no audio coming through. So a couple things to check. The first thing, come right over here, make sure that this little mute button here is checked off. You don't want it to be red.
Okay. We have audio. Yeah.
Because then you're not going to hear anything. Make sure your volume slider is up. And then this dim button right here, that'll reduce the volume a little bit. So if it just sounds quiet and won't get any louder, go ahead and click on that. Oh, and of course, be sure to make sure your computer volume is up too. And that's going to make sure that you're going to be hearing anything that's coming from Resolve. So what you need to do, the actual problem is over here in the Fairlight tab. So you want to go ahead and open up your mixer. So come on up to the top here, open your mixer. And you want to come down here, and just above your faders, you have bus outputs. So
No, let's export Fairlight.
real quick, in DaVinci Resolve 17, they kind of changed how the outputs were, the main outs. It used to be called main out, but now it's called buses, and they just have a bus that's the main out.
1 second here. I'm just going to clean this up a little bit.
So for some reason, and I don't know why, and haven't really found any pattern to it, sometimes your audio tracks are not assigned to that main bus, so the audio is getting sent out of DaVinci Resolve. Let's jump back here, show you how to turn it on real quick. So jump back in here, you want to make sure you see your bus outputs here, and if you don't, click on these little free icons and make sure you have bus outputs checked on. So then all you have to do is come to the little plus, hit that, and then here I only have one bus, so I'm going to go ahead and select that, and now we see the bus here, and if I play through my clip, we should be hearing some audio. YouTube channel, and I've got
Maybe if I save and just reload. Might be a state issue. Wait, is DaVinci not running? Oh, there it is. No, that's not it. Fucking run, DaVinci Resolve. Ah, god damn it. There we go. Look at that guy, all of his stuff. All right, let's see if it works now. Beautiful. It's up to you. I'm gonna leave it on maximum. So I pressed something. I pressed something and it disabled audio. That's weird. Generate optimized media. Generate optimized media. How long do you think this will take? Remaining. Counting up time amount. We're at 3%. Let's do this. C, Unreal Engine, C++, float. That's not what I want. C++, float, verse, float equals. That's not what I want. Variable, verse, variable equals. Variable with curly brace, initialize variable with curly brace, verse equals. In one, which one you choose depends on your own style, what you think is best. The most important thing is once you decide which method to use, don't switch between it. Called direct initialization. Oh, that makes sense. What are the advantages of list initializations using curly braces? Does not allow narrow. Basically copying and pasting from Strout's C++ Programming 4th edition. List initialization does not allow narrowing. That is, an integer cannot be converted to another integer that cannot hold its value. For example, char to init is allowed, but not int to char. Oh, I think I get it. Huh, okay. Compile time warnings. Prefer initialization over alternatives unless you have a strong reason not to. Makes sense to me. We're at 28%. We should start packaging this up, though. YouTube tutorial. project files. Oh, wait. Saved, intermediate, derived cache, binaries. Yeah, that's what I thought. Saved intermediate binaries. Idea. What is it open by? If I close this, there should be no end task. That's the one. Okay. There we go. Mhm. 53%. Project files. New folder. Assets. And do copy here. Copy here. Rename. Coin pickup assets. station.com. Containing apples. Cows. What do you mean something went wrong, ArtStation? Oops, I missed one. Kind of looks like a cow. That is a cow. Okay, there we go. I am in now, and do seller's profile, manage products. Let's see what it looks like to actually upload a product. We should do that. Create a product. What will this be called? Coin pickup. See, Unreal Engine coin pickup tutorial. Project and assets. Project files. I should probably actually open that up. Do here, select a viewport. What was it? It was high res. Shot 1920 x 1080. High res shot 1920 x 1080. There we go. Oops. Play. I'll grab the shot from within here. We're at 83. That's fine. Saved. Screenshots. Editor. There we go. Product image. Substance 3D Painter. File, open recent, coin. Mm. Render mode. Oh god, it's in the ground. So bad. Okay, so we can't do the discard. To do. Is this upside down? Are they all that way? No, this one is upside down. No, I don't want that. I wonder if it will take it of the... No. God damn it. Okay, maybe Marmoset then? There we go. Okay. So there's that. We want this one. And these two. And we want that intro video. Actually, we should probably cut that video up quickly. Delete that for now. Then we're going to do this. Are we at 60 FPS right now? What are we running at? What's this project at? Okay, so location, we want videos, YouTube. Go and pick up tutorial. This will probably take a couple seconds. Not long at all. Beautiful. We can go here. Beautiful. Close. And we can minimize this. We're going to upload here. Oh, that's an... Oh, we can't upload videos. Interesting. I thought we would be able to. I've seen videos, though. Huh. Okay. Interesting. There we go. Okay. Weird, but okay. Not that. Do here release number 01. Free. This product variant will be offered for free. You have 5 free. Interesting. Wait, what? You can... I don't like that. Why can't they just be perma-free, like always? Why can't we have unlimited freeze? Is there... Okay, I'm not actually going to upgrade right now, but I'm curious. Upgrade to Pro. Mm. Huh. Interesting. Okay. We might need to categorize game asset, 3D asset, and the props. Maybe not that actually. Furniture. How do I remove one? Delete. Decoration. Other. Do audio. Sound effects. Templates. Unreal 4. It's not Unreal 4, but it's Unreal. Whatever. Unreal Engine 5. Yeah, that's it. 5. Coupons. I guess I could make this not free. No, not. Sell more products by offering discount based. Set a discount. Oh, I have one. Nobody's ever bought it. My bottles. Wait, did I actually ever release it? No, no wonder. Where did my project go? Oh, conveniently got deleted. That's so nice of them. Create a project. Unreal Engine CPP, C++, coin pickup. Tutorial files. Local projects, Unreal, coin pickup tutorial. No. Yeah, saved. Screenshots. Open. Other tutorial. Game asset. Environment. Decoration. God damn it. General resources references are tools that simplify or improve artist workflow. So I guess it would be this. Other tutorials. No, I guess game asset is probably what we want. Characters, material, environment. Decoration, other environment, props, furniture, templates, Unreal, software, Unreal Engine. Mm-hmm. 0, 1. Save draft. I standard license, tutorials, brushwork, artwork, comics. Okay, that's all good to go. Add no AI, meta tag. Ba-da-da-da. Save draft. Here we go. Okay. Description is required. To tutorial, YouTube tutorial assets. Save draft. Files you have uploaded is above the size limit for the. Seriously? I have to do $1? That is so jank. I don't like that. I have to actually give them a. Oh, I don't want that. Can I change the US? Oh, I can't change the price. And you can't go under $1. Oh, I wanted like 99 cents. Can I? No. Okay. It has to be $1. All right. All right. All right. Whatever. Whatever. $1. $1 is the minimum apparently. Oh God. So stupid. Do, do, do. Okay, let's do this. We have to record audio for this. Okay, so I need to record the audio for this. I think we can do it here. Can we actually record audio in here? Testing. Trying to think of what did I use to record audio? Audio. I could use voice record. That'd be something. Let's do OBS. OBS Studios. We mute the desktop audio and we only have mic. What we're going to do is we're going to come over here and go to here. Then we're going to bring up the tutorial. Which I have saved here.
What's up, guys?
Grokka Games. Grokka Games. I hope I'm pronouncing this right. Okay. Let's do this. Ooh. Okay, so let's do a quick run through of what we're gonna say, right? So it's like, it's up to, all right. How does he start out? Oops.
What's up guys, welcome to new Unreal Engine 5 tutorial. Today gonna show.
What's up everyone? Today, welcome. What's up everybody? What's up everybody? Today, I'm doing okay. I'm getting ready to, I'm starting my editing and it's gonna be a slow and painful process. How are things on your side, Odon? I shot most of the video. Now I'm trying to get the intro done. It's gonna be an interesting process. So, what's up everybody? Today we're gonna do a Unreal 5 tutorial on coin pickups. If you've done the Grokka games coin pickup tutorial, I'm still moving files painfully slow. Yeah, that does happen. Okay, let's see here. What's up? Today we're going to be doing a Unreal 5 tutorial, C++. Today we're going to be doing an Unreal C++ tutorial based off of the Grokka games coin pickup, but in C++ rather than blueprints. Or, yeah, in C++ rather than blueprints. If you need any help, let me know. I have no idea what I'm doing. How much DaVinci do you know? If you have a script put in front of you at eye level, this would help when speaking. Sure, but I still don't even know what I'm trying to, like, I haven't started recording. I'm trying to like run through in my head what I want. Control Shift. What's up, everyone? Today we will be building a C++. Today we will be building an Unreal Engine C++ coin pickup game pickup system based on Grokka games tutorial. Grokka games blueprint tutorial. I would start with creating bullet points. Sure, but I don't know what the bullet points would be yet. Still trying to figure that out. What do you mean? I need you to be very specific. What type of bullet points? I have a general idea of like how I want to lay it out. What's up everyone? Today we will be building an Unreal Engine C++ coin pickup system based on Grokka Games blueprint tutorial. What's up everyone? Today, thank you for joining. No, that doesn't feel right. Sup everyone doesn't feel right either. Although it kind of feels right for me. Sup everyone. Today we will be building an Unreal Engine C++ coin pickup system based on Grokka Games blueprint tutorial. Oh. Sup everyone? Today we will be building an Unreal Engine C++ coin pickup system based on Grokka Games blueprint tutorial. I've put his link in the doobly-doos. The link to his video is in the description below. Let's go give him a follow and sub. Bullet points could be intro, define topic, explain on topic, break down how to component of the tutorial into sections, overlay, overviews, editing, ending. Yeah, it's we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. I promise we will get there. I might have to like rebuild the tutorial, like redo all the recording. All right, sup everyone. Today we will be building an Unreal Engine C++ coin pickup system based on Grokka Games blueprint tutorial. The link to his video is in the description below. We will be building this Unreal Engine C++ coin pickup system based on Grokka Games blueprint tutorial. The link is in the video description. The link to his video is in the description below. If you like let's see, set up our import actors, import coin model, import assets. Import coin model. Import coin textures and wave file. Create actor and set it up in UE. Let's see. Do not start programming here. Create actors and set up in UE. Do not start programming here. Oh, wait. Create C++ actor and child blueprint. Place child into place child blueprint into world. Add static mesh component and reload UE. Add component and update blueprint with coin mesh. Create actually maybe we'll do this first. Yeah, I think this would go first. Import coin texture and wave file. C++ coin pickup tutorial in Unreal. Import coin texture and wave file. Set up material and add material Niagara system and add coin to child blueprint. Set up material and add coin to child blueprint. Set up Niagara system with coin. Add static mesh component to blueprint. Add collider to actor. Add static mesh component and update blueprint with coin. Add collider to actor. Add collider and on overlap function. Add collider, overlap function, and set up binding. I'm really bad at this, so I think I'm gonna have to re-record a bunch of this because I don't think I've got it quite right. Keep going. Thank you. Also, welcome Yoda, Glow. Oh, hey. By the way, I made the coin for this in Houdini. I'll show you the coin. I'm actually kind of proud of the coin. The coin came out nice. Here we go. The ArtStation video. So there's the coin. So this is what we're making. But we're gonna use C++ for it instead of blueprints. Yeah. And then where did I? Oh, right, they're in a different folder. And then here. So these are my Houdini coins. When recording, if you don't feel comfortable speaking for long periods, break it up into 30 seconds to 1 minute segments. This way you start laying down audio in small bits and build as you go up between ideas. Yeah, I think I'm going to re-record for that. Because right now that's just one giant stream. And I think it's going to be a pain in the butt to edit. So I'm making the notes that you suggested, add collider overlay functions and set up binding. Binding with engine, with screen print. Demo overlap working. And using the screen print. Add row. Huh. Hey, Odon and Carbon and Yoda. For this, if I bring this up. Okay, so if I bring this up, right? There's a bunch of little parts, right? What's the problem? It's like there was a problem. Nothing to show here. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So I'm trying to think about how I want to break up the constructor. And so there's the constructor and the I do pauses whenever I'm teaching. I'm in teaching mode. Okay, but what? It's so weird. Oh, right, because I deleted things, didn't I? No, wait, no, I didn't. Fuck. Don't you play with me, boy. Unreal projects. Oh, right, no, I did. I did delete everything. This needs generate visual scripts. I'm gonna actually I'm gonna re-record this in bite-sized bits. I'm gonna rebuild it bite-sized bits because I think that will be better. Because I went off on tangents and stuff like that, and I want to kind of, but it was a good run through, and I think that that's going to be a pretty decent spot for me. So I got to figure out like where everything's going to go, and I need to make better notes as I'm doing things next time. When I'm doing the build out beforehand. So like yesterday I spent a bunch of time and I worked out the entire, like all the different steps and stuff like that, but I didn't write them down and I kind of messed that up and whatnot. So hopefully I can do it better this time. So I'm thinking that like, I think I have something stored that we can see it in. Source. No. Private actors. Open with code. Here we go. Okay, so we have this, right? So this is the setup here. So I was thinking of doing this part here first, then the collider, right? So like do this part, right? Set up the mesh, then do the collider, right? Then do the rotator and do these as individual chunks, right? Or maybe I should do the mesh, the rotator, then the collider. And then the question becomes, do these two go together, which is, this is the sound section, and this is the on pickup effect where it shoots out all the Niagara stuff, right? So I'm trying to think, would that order make sense, right? Or because like, I think doing all of this in one go would be a little bit overwhelming, right? Does that make sense? Give me a second, I'll be right back. Also, I need water. So do, okay, wait. Okay, I am back. Okay, so, okay, yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. Do opponent and add and update blueprint with coin mesh. Add collider. Add rotating movement component. Demo. With demo. demo. Set up binding with destroy demo. Add audio play at location. And demo. Add Niagara system play and demo. Do 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 do. New folder, source files. Go. It's going to take a little bit because I deleted a bunch of things. So I have to like recompile everything. Delete. 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 There we go. Okay. So let's start with this. Dismiss. Beautiful. Okay. So we now have everything cleared out. So now we can move forward with recreating things. All right. So here we're going to be importing the... We're going to import the actors. Create the C++ actor and child blueprint. Place blueprint in the world. Import assets. Set up material and add coin to child blueprint. Set up Niagara system with coin. Add static mesh component and update blueprint with coin mesh with coin mesh and demo. Add rotation and demo. And demo, and demo, demo, out. Outro. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed, please like and subscribe. Add Niagara system play and demo. We'll add audio play at location and demo. Okay, I think this makes sense. Okay, let's do this. OBS. Okay, let's do this recording. Sup, everyone. Sup, everyone. Today we'll be building this Unreal Engine C++ coin pickup system based on Grokka Games blueprint tutorial. The link is in the video. The link to his video is in the description below. And a link to the assets and project are assets are also in the link. Link to his video and my assets are in the description below. A link. Okay, sup everyone. Today we will be building Sup everyone. Today we'll be building this Unreal Engine C++ coin pickup system based on Grokka Games blueprint tutorial. A link to his video and my assets are in the description below. Please go give him a subscription. Please go give him a like and subscribe if you enjoy this tutorial. Okay. Oops. Okay, let's do this. OBS, open on the side here. Start recording. Damn it. Damn it! I need this in place here. I guess I'm gonna have to do this on the other side here. Okay, here we go. Sup everyone, today we'll be building this Unreal Engine C++ coin pickup system based on Grokka Games blueprint tutorial. A link to his video and my assets are in the description below. Please go give him a like and subscribe if you enjoy this tutorial. Wow, that actually fit really well. Oh. YouTube. Coin pickup tutorial. Oops. Intro. Audio. I'm gonna delete that. Delete that. Damn it, I shouldn't have deleted that. Yes, okay, sweet. That one's on the timeline. Don't do. This one here can be deleted. Intro audio. There we go. I don't really know what I would say, to be honest. Oops. I want to split out the audio. Oh, there we go. Damn it. Damn it. I need this in place here. I guess I'm gonna have to do this on the other side here. All right. That's not actually a bad idea. Okay. Sup everyone. Sup everyone. Pseudo kid here. I don't know if I'll have enough time. Please go give him a like and subscribe. I'll drop that and that should give me enough time. Let's do that. You can go over here. Not that one. Just go and pick up tutorial. Intro audio. Delete. Okay. Start recording. Bring this up. Come over here. Come over here. And action. Oops. Action. Stop. I wasn't quite ready. Okay. 3, 2, 1, do. Sup everyone, Pseudo Kid here. Today we will be building this Unreal Engine C++ coin pickup system based on Grokka Games blueprint tutorial. A link to his video and my assets are in the description below. Please go give him a like and subscribe. I think that went well. I think I'm gonna have to like, I don't know. It might need to be re-recorded. It might be a bit too fast. Recording. Bring this up. Come over here. Come over here. And action. Oops. Action. Stop. I wasn't quite ready. Okay. 3, 2, 1, do. Sup, everyone? Pseudo Kid here. Today we will be building this Unreal Engine C++ coin pickup system based on Grokka Games blueprint tutorial. A link to his video and my assets are in the description below. Please go give him a like and subscribe. That works. That actually works better than I thought it was going to. Okay, so now we'll bring this one here in. Actually, let's do this. There, and then generate optimized media. And recording. Bring this up. Come over here. Come over here. And action. Oops. Stop. I wasn't quite ready. Okay. 3, 2, 1, do. Sup. Okay, right about there. We can delete this. And here we can do. We'll leave that. We'll leave this for now. So let's see how this works out. Sup, everyone? Pseudo Kid here. Today we will be building this Unreal Engine C++ coin pickup system based on Grokka Games blueprint tutorial. A link to his video and my assets are in the description below. Please go give him a like and subscribe. Okay, I have too much dead air. Give him a like and subscribe. Okay, I think actually we can leave that since we're gonna layer it. So we'll figure that out, and this will give us a little bit more room just in case we need some more dead air. Okay, so create C++ actor and child blueprints. Oh wait, we need the. Oh, I deleted it, didn't I? Damn it. I shouldn't have done that. I don't know why I did that. It's gonna be, hey, it's your boy here back at you with a tutorial for y'all. Yeah, not quite, but I love it. Recording. This is gonna be probably a pretty big thing. Oh, I forgot to grab my drink. I'll be right back. Okay. So we're gonna start with okay, so let's see. So today we're gonna do a tutorial. No. Today I'm gonna walk you through the process of translating a tutorial that I found on YouTube from. Oh, I gotta start that over. Let's do that. There. There we go. There we go. Today, tutorial I found, translate it from, and I can go. I thought so. I am now. Anyway, give him a follow 10-minute video how to sound effect Niagara effect C++ because I don't even know if they exposed that effects. Nice. Game. So here he's going to tell you to click the blueprint. I'm going to tell you to click the C++. I'm going to leave it desktop maximum. Okay, so let's re-record this. This one's not good. Do. Okay, where is Epic here? Okay, so let's see here. So the first thing that we're going to land on here. So create the project. Create the project. Okay, so to create the project, we are going to use to create the project. You will want to have the Unreal to create the project. We will be in this tutorial. We will be using the third person blueprint. Third person template. And want I'll want to make sure that C++ is selected. Okay, let's see here. In this tutorial, we will be using the third person template, and we'll want to make sure that that C++ is selected. Then we will want to give it a meaningful name. Meaningful name. In this tutorial, we'll be using the third person template, and we'll want to make sure that C++ is selected. Then we'll want to give it a meaningful name, like YouTube, or sorry, coin pickup tutorial. Meaningful name, like coin pickup tutorial. And then click create. All right, let's give this a once over. So in this tutorial, we'll be using the third person template. And in this, for this tutorial, you will want to make sure the third person template is selected and set to C++. For this tutorial, you will want to make sure the third person template is selected and set to C++, not Blueprint. Not Blueprint. Then we will give it a then you will want to give it a meaningful name. Then you will want to give it a meaningful name, like coin pickup tutorial. And name. I'll be using coin pickup tutorial, and then click create. Okay. For this tutorial, you will want to make sure the third person template is selected and set to C++, not Blueprint. Then give it a meaningful name. I'll be using coin pickup tutorial. And then click create. Then you'll want to give it a meaningful name. I'll be using coin pickup tutorial. And then hit create. Oh no, that sounds off, right? For this tutorial, you will want to make sure the third person template is selected and set to C++, not Blueprint. Then you'll want to give it a meaningful name. I'll be using coin pickup tutorial. Then click create. once you have given it a meaning, no, then we will name the project. I'll be using coin pickup tutorial. Make sure this is meaningful. To do, and then click create. Okay, let's try this again. For this tutorial, we'll want to make sure the for this tutorial, we'll want to make sure the third person template is selected and set to C++, not Blueprint. Then we'll give it a meaningful name. I'll be using coin pickup tutorial, and then we'll click create. And then we'll click create. Okay, I think I'm ready. For this tutorial, we will want to make sure the third person template is selected. Then we'll want to For this tutorial, we'll want to make sure the third person template is selected and set to C++, not blueprints. Then we'll give it then we'll name the project. Oh, fuck. For this tutorial, we'll want to make sure the third person template is selected and set to C++, not blueprint. Then we'll name the project. I'll be using coin pickup tutorial, and we'll click create. Let me give that one. That didn't flow. That kind of felt off. Okay, so let's try this again. For this tutorial, we'll want to make sure the third person template is selected and set to C++, not blueprint. Then we'll give it a name. I'll be using coin pickup tutorial, and then we'll hit create. I think that one worked. That one worked. I think that one was good. We'll want to make sure the third person template is pickup tutorial, and we'll click create. Let me give that one. That didn't flow. That kind of felt off. Okay, so let's try this again. For this tutorial, we'll want to make sure the third person template is selected and set to C++, not blueprint. Then we'll give it a name. I'll be using coin pickup tutorial, and then we'll hit create. Okay, yeah, that one works. Did I bring this in already? No. I'm going to delete this one. Yeah, okay. F2. Create the project. Create the project. Oops, forgot to change the name. And set to C++, not blueprint. Let me give that one. That didn't flow. That kind of felt off. Okay, so let's try this again. For this tutorial, we'll want to make sure the third person template is selected and set to C++, not blueprint. Then we'll give it a name. I'll be using coin pickup tutorial, and then we'll hit create. Okay, that works. And set to C++. For this tutorial, give him a like and subscribe. For this tutorial, we'll want to make sure the third person template is selected and set to C++, not blueprint. Then we'll give it a name. I'll be using coin pickup tutorial, and then we'll hit create. Much better. Okay, so we got that. Now we can close this. Okay, so now we want to go to, we're going to go content drawer. We're going to open up the content drawer. Let's, yeah, okay. We're going to open up the content drawer, right? Open the content drawer, create a C++ class, and under coin pickup tutorial, and new C++ class. We're going to go actor, next. I'm going to call it coin pickup tutorial, coin pickup actor, and select public, private, and create class. Now we will want to create the C++, the base class for the C++ actor. Be used in the world for the coin pickup. We will go down to content drawer. Content drawer. C++ class, C++ classes. Coin pickup tutorial. Right click and select new C++ class. New C++ class. From the options, select actor. Actor. From the select actor. Then next. Name the actor coin pickup tutorial CPT coin actor. Wait, actually, what did I name it? Oh, I haven't named it. Oh, yes. Coin actor. No, it's important that I actually keep that, so I have my stuff here. Coin pickup actor. Coin pickup actor. Actor and click create class. Okay. Now we will want to create the C++ actor for the coin pickup. We will go to content drawer, C++ classes, coin pickup tutorial, right click, select new C++ class, select the actor, hit next, give it a good name like CPT coin pickup actor. Make sure that we click cycle public private and back, and that will enable the public private folders, and then click create class. Okay, let's try this. Start recording. Now we will want to go, god damn it. Now we will want to create the C++ actor for the coin pickup. To do this, we will click on the content drawer, C++ classes, coin pickup tutorial. Then we will right click and select create new C++ class. We'll want to select the actor, click next, then give it a name. I'm going to use CPT coin pickup actor. And then I'm going to cycle quickly between public and private, and that will make sure that these folders are selected. You should only have to do this the first time you're making a C++ class. And then we're going to hit create class. And that's going to take a couple seconds here and open up our IDE. Resolve here, create the C++ CPP class. Generate optimized media. Beautiful. They showed up. Even better. No, let's create the project. Create recording. Now we will want to go. God damn it. Oh, thank you for the raid, man. Justice sends Blessings your way. I appreciate the blessings. How are things? Jesus. ML Jesus. What were you working on today? It is today's VOD up 3 hours ago. 4 days ago. I'm guessing this is today's VOD. How's the video going? Slow and super painful. What were you working on today? How? Oh, yeah. Wait, what part were you working on today? Working on heart container dropping from boss and then making it pop up for when you pick it up, and then having it save all of those things. Yeah, that sounds like fun. I haven't had a chance to play the game though that you sent me. I've got it bookmarked though, so I can go back and do it. I'm slowly putting things together. I've trial ran this like 3 times. I don't know if you saw that yesterday, but I made a video. Or this is what it's gonna look like at the end essentially. There's that little functionality. So now I'm trying to figure out. Oof, looks nice. Yeah, and we're doing it entirely in C++ instead of blueprints. You were here yesterday, though, so I think you already know that. But I've got the code written out in here. I hope that's at the start of the video to pull people in. It is. What's up, everyone? Pseudo Kid here. Today we will be building this Unreal Engine C++ coin pickup system based on Graka Games blueprint tutorial. A link to his video and my assets are in the description below. Please go give him a like and subscribe. For this tutorial, we'll want to make sure that the template is do a better transition there and set to C++, not blueprint. Then we'll give it a name. I'll be using coin pickup tutorial, and then we'll hit create recording. I'm working on this part right now. God damn it. Now we will want to create the C++ actor for the coin pickup. To do this, we will click on the content drawer, C++ classes, coin pickup tutorial, then we will right click and select create new C++. Okay, so God damn it. Thank you. I appreciate that, man. Now we will want to create the C++ actor for the coin pickup. To do okay. So I think it's here. Now, yeah, here we go. So here we want to do a, bring this over here. Tutorial, and then we'll hit create. Now we will want to create the C++ actor for the coin pickup. To do this, we will click on the content drawer, C++ classes, coin pickup tutorial, then we will right click and select create new C++ class. We'll want to select the actor, click next, then give it a name. I'm going to use CPT coin pickup actor, and then I'm going to cycle quickly between public and private, and that will make sure that these folders are selected. You should only have to do this the first time you're making the a C++ class, and then we're going to hit create class, and that's going to take a couple seconds here and open up our IDE. Yeah. Okie dokie. All right, so now I want to, now that it's created, let's add the static mesh. Create C++ actor. Add static mesh component to CPP actor and create blueprint with our IDE open. We will have two files. The one.h and one.cpp.h, which is the header file and contains all class properties and methods, and one.cpp file, which contains all the logic. Okay, with our IDE open now, with the, so we should have two new files in our IDE. If IDE now, we should have two new files in our IDE. One.h, which is the header file. I'm just going to split these here. Okay, let's see here. We should have two new files in our IDE. One.h file, which is the header file and contains all the class properties and methods. And one.cpp file that contains all the logic. In the CPP file, we will want to update primary actor tick. We can ever tick to be false, and delete the begin play method, begin play, and tick methods. Then we will want to update the .h file. We will remove the begin play and tick methods from the .h file and add a static, static mesh component to static mesh component with uProperty set. We can now set up the mesh inside the constructor. And set up the inside the constructor. Code Rad Games, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. I hope that my tutorial is easy enough to follow. It's coming along very slowly, but okay. Let's get out OBS and we'll do a screen capture. Okay, so to do. All right, start recording. We should now have two files in our IDE. One .h file, which is the header and contains all class properties and methods, and one .cpp file that contains all logic for the class. We will want to change this primary tick actor to be false because we don't actually want tick. And then because we don't want tick, we can delete the tick method from here. And since we're not going to be using the begin play method, we can also remove it here. Once those two are removed and we've set this to false, we can come into here and we can delete these two methods since they're not going to be using the in the CPP file, and it's going to cause errors. So we'll just delete those. There we go. And now that we've cleaned this up really quickly, we're going to go ahead and create a property in here. And we're going to do that under protected. Protected. And here we're going to use the U property, which will allow the blueprint to actually see and allow editing of it. Edit defaults only. And then we'll give it a category. And this will allow us to more easily find these specific properties inside of the blueprint settings. Coin pickup tutorial. And this will be the name of the name on above the property or the drop down that it will be part of, right? Here we're going to do a T object pointer, and we're going to use a U static mesh component, and we'll call it mesh component. Now we want to make sure that we include this as a class here, and this is to prevent any changes from causing all things that use this class from having to update when we compile. So if we make any changes, we don't need to compile everything all over again. All right. So now we need to initialize the mesh component so that it will actually generate and attach to the actor. And that can be done by assigning it. So we're going to use create default subobject and give it a class because it uses a template. We'll use the greater than, less than brackets, and U static mesh component. And then we just give it a human readable name. This will show up in the blueprint. I'm going to call it mesh component. Right. There we go. Now this assigns it, this creates it and assigns it, but it's kind of nebulous. It's not actually attached correctly at this point. So now we'll want to set root component and we'll do mesh component. There we go. That's weird. All right. And then we need to add a couple more things. We want to set the collisions and the channel responses, and we want to set overlap to false for this. And you'll see why in our next step, in incoming steps. So we'll do mesh component, set collision enabled, and we'll say e collision enabled, no collisions. Now this is an enum, and which is essentially just a set of numbers that have been given meaningful names. So 0, 1, 2, 3, yada, 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 of a specific collision thing to make it more human readable and easier to remember. We're going to do the same here, and it's going to use another enum, but we're going to set the collision response to channel, to all channels, sorry. Set collision response to all channels, and we want this to be ECR ignore. And then mesh component set generate overlap events false. So what these two lines here do is sets it so there is no collisions and that it is ignored on every channel. That way, we're not checking for anything. It should be a little bit faster. And then in the collider that we create later, that will affect the overlaps. Okay, so now let's take a look at what this looks like. I'm just going to make sure everything here is saved. And then we are going to restart it. Okay. Where is it? Here we go. Add static mesh, or setup CPP class with mesh. We should now have two files in our IDE. One .h file, which is the header and contains all class properties and methods, and one .cpp file that contains all logic for the class. We will want to change this primary tick actor to be okay. Sweet. Now have two. Let's split it here so we can delete. Our IDE. We should now have two files in our. That seemed a bit too abrupt. Our IDE. We should now have two files in our IDE. One .h file, which is the header and contains all class properties and methods, and one .cpp file that contains all logic for the class. We will want to change this primary tick actor to be false because we don't actually want tick. And then because we don't want tick, we can delete the tick method from here. And since we're not going to be using the begin play method, we can also remove it here. Once those two are removed and we've set this to false, we can come into here and we can delete these two methods since they're not going to be using the in the CPP file, and it's going to cause errors. So we'll just delete those. There we go. And now that we've cleaned this up really quickly, we're going to go ahead and create a property in here. And we're going to do that under protected. Protected. And here we're going to use the U property, which will allow the blueprint to actually see and allow editing of it. Edit defaults only. And then we'll give it a category. And this will allow us to more easily find these specific properties inside of the blueprint settings. Coin pickup tutorial. And this will be the name of the name on above the property, or the drop down that it will be part of. Right here, we're going to do a T object pointer, and we're going to use a U static mesh component, and we'll call it mesh component. Now we want to make sure that we include this as a class here, and this is to prevent any changes from causing all things that use this class from having to update when we compile. So if we make any changes, we don't need to compile everything all over again. All right. So now we need to initialize the mesh component so that it will actually generate and attach to the actor. And that can be done by assigning it. So we're going to use create default subobject and give it a class. Because it uses a template, we'll use the greater than less than brackets, and use static mesh component. And then we just give it a human readable name. This will show up in the blueprint. I'm going to call it mesh component. Right, there we go. Now this assigns it, this creates it and assigns it, but it's kind of nebulous. It's not actually attached correctly at this point. So now we'll want to set root component, and we'll do mesh component. There we go. That's weird. All right. And then we need to add a couple more things. We want to set the collisions and the channel responses, and we want to set overlap to false for this. And you'll see why in our next step, in incoming steps. So we'll do mesh component, set collision enabled, and we'll say e collision enabled, no collisions. Now this is an enum, and which is essentially just a set of numbers that have been given meaningful names. So 0, 1, 2, 3, yada, 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 of a specific collision thing to make it more human readable and easier to remember. We're going to do the same here, and it's going to use another enum, but we're going to set the collision response to channel, to all channels, sorry. Set collision response to all channels, and we want this to be ECR ignore. And then mesh component set generate overlap events false. So what these two lines here do is sets it so there is no collisions and that it is ignored on every channel. That way, we're not checking for anything. It should be a little bit faster. And then in the collider that we create later, that will affect the overlaps. Okay, so now let's take a look at what this looks like. I'm just going to make sure everything here is saved. and then we are going to restart it. I feel like I should cut some of that out because it's a bit too long. Restart it. Okay, and then we can cut this. Now we have this open. Oof. Give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Sorry about the wait. Okay. Let's start recording. Okay. Now that we've got the C++ actor, we can create the coin pickup actor. So we're going to go into we're going to create a oh, god damn it, I got to delete this folder. Delete. Okay. Now that we've got the coin pickup actor C++ class, we need to create a blueprint for it. So from within the content drawer, we're going to right click on content and create a new folder. And we're going to call that coin pickup tutorial after our project. And then in here, we're going to create a new folder again, and we're going to call that coin. And this is just going to hold everything regarding the coin itself. All right, so in here, we're going to create a new blueprint class, and we're going to select all classes and go coin pickup tutorial, coin pickup actor, and select. Call this BP coin pickup actor. There we go. And save. Then when we open this up, we'll see that there is a mesh component and we need a static mesh for it. So now from here, we're going to do one more thing. We're going to create a textures folder. And then we are going to import all of our textures and everything like that. So I'm going to come over here and come into here. We can just drag in these two files, which you can get at, I'll provide a link in below for the textures, the coin asset, and the wave file. And then we're going to bring in the coin and the wave file, and we can just import all. Beautiful, everything's good, and hit save. Now, before we assign the static mesh, we'll want to create a material for it. So we're going to do blueprint class. Oh, sorry, not blueprint class. We'll want to do right click and do a material. And this is just going to be a parent material, which we'll create a material instance from. So we'll call it M coin base coin. Open this up. And then we're going to bring in both of these. And RGB. Then this one is occlusion, roughness, metallic in that order. So occlusion, roughness, and metallic. Now, it's a bit shiny for me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do -1. And then we can multiply by 0.5. And metallic. And this will just dull it down a little bit because it's a bit too shiny. There we go. Then what we want to do is we want to come back into here, and we're going to right click on the M base coin and do create material instance. And this will be MI for material instance coin. And then we can save all. We're going to open up the coin static mesh, make sure that MI coin is selected, and just do that. There we go. Beautiful. Now, if we open up our coin pickup actor blueprint, and we have the SM coin low selected, we can auto-populate it, and it shows up like this. Save, compile. And then if we can now drag this into the world, right, like this, and hit F to focus in on it. And then when we hit play, we've got our actor, and we can walk through the coin. And we can bring this up a little bit here. There we go. Oh, we can just continue walking through it. Beautiful. So now we want the coin to rotate. So the next thing that we'll do is go back into our C++ and add the rotator to the class, right? And that can be done with a U property, right? And we're going to give it a T object pointer, and it's going to be a U rotating movement component. And we'll name it rotating movement component. And we're going to have to also bring this in as a class. Okay. And we want to be able to provide the ability to change the direction or speed of the rotation. So, and that's going to use a rotator. So what we'll do is we'll say U property. We'll expose this to edit defaults only. And then again, category coin pickup tutorial. And then this is going to be an F rotator. And we want to initialize it with 0, 100.f, and 0. And I forgot to name it. Sorry. And this will be rotation speed. Yep. And then in our CPP file, we'll want to initialize the rotating movement component. So we can do that by doing rotating movement component equals create default sub object. And it's going to use the U rotating movement component. And we'll give it a name of rotating movement component. And I'm going to put this on a new line so I can see it without having to scroll. Now that that's being created, we want to assign a rotation speed to it, and that can be done using rotate. We just call the method rotation rate, and then this takes a rotator, which is this here. So rotation speed. And then that is done. And then we can rebuild this project. Let's just make sure that everything is saved. Save all. And then we will reload. There we go. Now we can open up our rotator again. We're going to close that one. And we can see that it's there. Now when we hit play, the coin should be rotating. And still, I can walk through it and nothing happens. So the next step will be to add the collider. So now we will come into here and we want to start adding the collider in here. So we'll do a U property and T object pointer. And this will be a U sphere component. And we'll call this collider component. T object pointer. Got to make sure that you spell these things right. And again, we'll need to make sure this class is declared up here. And now I'm going to put this one up here because I will actually want to make this one the root component. So here we'll do collider component equals create default subobject. and this will use the U sphere component. And here we'll call it collider component. And then we want to, from within here, we want to set this as the root. So we're going to do set root component, and this will be collider component. And then we want to move the mesh to be a child of the collider component. So we'll remove this line and we'll do mesh component, set up attachment, and we'll say collider component. There we go. Now we want to set up a radius. We want to set the radius. So this will be collider component, set sphere radius. And I want to do a sphere radius using a U property. U property. Edit default only. Category equals coin pickup tutorial. And here we want it to be a float. And we're going to say collider radius. And we're going to default it to 32.f, which is a fairly reasonable default. Collider radius. There we go. And now we want to set up our overlaps. So we want to say enable overlaps. So collider component, set generate overlap events. Oops. Set generate overlap events to true. And then we want to set our collisions so they actually trigger overlap events. So to do that, we'll do collider component, and we'll do set collision enabled. And here we're going to do e collision enabled. Again, the enum, and we'll say query only. And that way we don't do physics checks, we only do query checks. Then the next one that we want to do is make sure that we want to set all collision checks to ignore except for pawn, because our character is a pawn and that's the only thing we want it to actually interact with. So we'll do collider component, set collision response to all channels, and here we'll say ECR nor. Now that sets all of them, and then what we want to do is override the pawn control setting to be ECR overlap. Yeah. I'm busy. Okay, I'm busy. I'm busy. Fuck, where was I? Set collision response to all channels. Okay, so now we want to update just the pawn channel to generate overlaps. So collider component, set collision response to channel, ECC pawn, and ECR overlap. And this here will set everything up so only overlaps to the pawn happen and whatnot. And so our next step will actually be setting something to be called when an overlap event does happen. So we can do that by doing collider component, and we want to get the on component begin overlap delegate, and then we want to add dynamic. Pass in this as the, which is this class as the as the first argument. And then as the second argument, we will pass in a function name that we want to associate it with. ACPE. So this will be ACPT, coin pickup actor. And then we want to say on begin overlap component event. And now this can be an error because this does not exist. So we're going to create the function. Now this does need to be public, and then we also want it to have a U function because we're going to do a bind, and the bind won't work if we don't have the U function. Okay, so I'm just going to clean this up a little bit so we can read it all on all in one screen without having to do any scrolling sideways. Beautiful. Now it's over here, but it's not over here, and we do need it over in our CPP file. So we're going to generate it. And I kind of want this to be moved down below the constructor. So we're just going to do that real quick. There we go. And then just do a quick cleanup here as well, because this is too long and I can't read it all. There we go. So inside of here, we want to check if the overlapping actor is a character, right? Insinuating that it is a player character potentially. So we'll say not, and then we'll attempt a cast. And if a cast is successful, it will return an object pointer. And if it is unsuccessful, it will return a null. And a null pointer is falsy. That's why we need the not. So cast a character. And this will require us to actually do an import other as well. And then we'll pass it in the A actor. Actually, we don't need that. And then we can just return, because we don't want to do anything if it's not a character. And then we'll do the include, and that will get rid of this warning. Now, what we want to do when we overlap is just do a destroy. Destroy. Takes no parameters and just destroys the actor off the face of the earth. So again, we're going to make sure that everything is saved. And then we are going to rerun. There we go. And then we can open these up. I'm going to keep opening this up because if I don't, then I have to go manually open it again. We don't want that. Now, if I hit play, we see our coin. We walk over our coin and it's supposed to disappear. Why is it not disappearing? Ah, damn it. I'm going to have to troubleshoot this real quick. Well, okay, let's get the rotator and everything, all of that stuff in, and then we'll come back. I think I gave myself enough pauses and whatnot, so I should be good. Generate optimizations. Ugh. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Hmm. Still wonder why this isn't working. This has been working, and now it's not. Query only. Collider. That root component. Use sphere component. Collider component. I should really use edit defaults only. And do the same here. Coin pickup tutorial. And this doesn't need to be set. Neither does this. That's going to require me to go back, though, and re-record. But before we do that, I need to figure out why this isn't working. Oops. Huh. Unreal Engine, C++, log to screen. B, I did compile, didn't I? Oh, this needs to be deleted and recreated. Right? Maybe just this? There we go. Okay. Okay, so this one here, we can bring this one in here. Wait, we didn't rename this one, did we? Set up imports and actor setup. And then we are going to. Oh yeah, that's why. Okay. Okay. Now that we've got the C++ actor, we can create the coin pickup actor. So we're going to go into we're going to create a oh, god damn it, I got to delete this folder. Okay. Now that we've got the coin pickup actor. Okay, I believe this is where we come from, right? About, we'll give this a little bit of a breath and then we can delete this. Then we'll bring this over like so. And then we'll bring this over here like so. Restart it. Now that we've got the coin pickup actor C++ class, we need to create a blueprint for it. So from within the content drawer, we're going to right click on content and create a new folder. And we're going to call that coin pickup tutorial after our project. And then in here, we're going to create a new folder again, and we're going to call that coin. And this is just going to hold everything regarding the coin itself. All right, so in here, we're going to create a new blueprint class, and we're going to select all classes and go coin pickup tutorial, coin pickup actor, and select. Call this BP coin pickup actor. There we go. And save. Then when we open this up, we'll see that there is a mesh component and we need a static mesh for it. So now from here, we're going to do one more thing. We're going to create a textures folder. And then we are going to import all of our textures and everything like that. So I'm going to come over here and come into here. We can just drag in these two files, which you can get at, I'll provide a link in below for the textures, the coin asset, and the wave file. And then we're going to bring in the coin and the wave file, and we can just import all. Beautiful, everything's good, and hit save. Now, before we assign the static mesh, we'll want to create a material for it. So we're going to do blueprint class. Oh, sorry, not blueprint class. We'll want to do right click and do a material. And this is just going to be a parent material, which we'll create a material instance from. So we'll call it M coin base coin. Open this up. And then we're going to bring in both of these. And RGB. Then this one is occlusion, roughness, metallic in that order. So occlusion, roughness, and metallic. Now, it's a bit shiny for me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do -1. And then we can multiply by 0.5. And metallic. And this will just dull it down a little bit because it's a bit too shiny. There we go. Then what we want to do is we want to come back into here, and we're going to right-click on the M base coin and do create material instance, and this will be MI for material instance coin. And then we can save all. We're going to open up the coin static mesh, make sure that MI coin is selected, and just do that. There we go. Beautiful. Now, if we open up our coin pickup actor blueprint, and we have the SM coin low selected, we can auto-populate it, and it shows up like this. Save, compile, and then if we can now drag this into the world, right, like this, and hit F to focus in on it. And then when we hit play, we've got our actor, and we can walk through the coin. And we can bring this up a little bit here. There we go. And when we walk, we can just continue walking through it. Beautiful. So now we don't want any of that. We're going to start that over. Let's set this back. There we go. And then we're going to open this up and come back into OBS and do start recording. Okay, now we want to go back to our C++. And inside of our C++, we're going to start adding the rotator. And the rotator can be added using, we're going to do a U property again. We're just going to copy this and we're going to modify it. So instead of a U static mesh component, we're going to do a U rotating movement component and call this rotating movement. I forgot to delete these. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's come back. All right. So now that that is set up, we want to go to our back to our C++, and we're going to bring in the class U rotating movement component, and we're going to copy the static mesh, but change it to use a U rotating movement component, and we're going to call this rotating movement component, right? And then we've got to add that to our object here, right? So we're going to do rotating movement component, create default subobject, U rotating movement component, and it's going to need to import. And then we're going to name it rotating movement component. There we go. And then we're going to make sure that everything here is saved. Then come into here and reload. And then this is going to reload probably a little bit faster. There we go. We're almost done. And then we can set up the rotation speed, which is going to be 100 on, which we're going to set to 100 because that's about what we're looking for. So we're going to come in here and rotation speed 180. Oh, 180 might actually be fine. Let's double check it. Let's hit play. Oh, sorry. We got to make sure that we've added this to the world. Now we want to keep adding, we want to delete this and add this back if we make big changes, right? Just as a, there we go. And it's rotating. That's a fairly decent speed. So we'll leave it at 180 for now. And then we want to add the overlapping event. So we'll come back into C++ and we'll add our overlap event using the uSphere component. So class uSphere component. And this is also going to be a U property. Oops. So we're going to copy the existing one, and then it's going to be uSphere component. Changing the type, and then a sphere component. But let's actually call this a collider component. Now the collider component is kind of in charge of everything, and we always want the mesh component to be inside of it. So what we're going to do is we're going to set it up as the root component and set the mesh component as a child of the collider component, or the uSphere component. So collider component equals create default subobject, give this the class of uSphere component, and we're going to call it collider component. Now in here we need to set the generate overlap events, set up the collision enabled so it's query only because it only requires query for overlap events. We're going to set up respond to all channels to ignore, and then override specifically the pawn channel to generate overlap events. And the reason why we're going to do that is because the actor class, the player uses a pawn channel. So let's set that up now. So we're going to do collider component, and we're going to set generate overlap events to true, right? And then we're going to do another collider component, and then we're going to do set collision enabled to collision enabled, ignore, query only, and then collider component set collision response to all channels to ECR ignore, and then collider component set collision response to channel, and here we want ECC pawn on, and then we want to set it to ECR overlap. Okay, and now when an overlap event happens, it will punt to the delegate on component begin overlap when it starts an overlap, and then it will do the same on end overlap, right? And now to attach to that delegate, we'll use collider component, and then we will say on component begin overlap, right? Dot add dynamic. And then the first value will be this. And then the second value will be the function or method that we would like it to call when this event happens. So that's going to be ACPT coin pickup actor. And then we're going to name it. And we're going to say on begin overlap component event. Now this is going to throw an error because this does not exist. So if we click on it, we can have it create it for us. Now it put it in the wrong spot. I'd like it to be underneath the constructor, and it's bleeding off the side of my page. So I don't like that. So I'm just going to quickly change that so I can see everything that's going on in one. And now I'm going to generate that method. And I'm going to do the same here because, again, I would like to be able to see everything at a glance. I don't want to be scrolling. Yeah, there we go. And now that that's created and it's hooked up, we want to have it execute specific things. So we only want it to execute when a character object walks over it. So we can do that by if not cast a character, right? And then we would pass in other actor and return. Just immediate return. Hey, it didn't pass this test, so we're exiting out. And so what happens is when you do a cast in C++, it will give you back either a pointer to a character or a null pointer. A null pointer is falsy, right? And we would like this to validate on false. So that's why we have the not. So it negates the false and turns that into a true. And then if it is true, it turns it into a false. And now we're going to add in the game framework character header. So this doesn't error out on us. And then all we want to do is destroy the actor if it is a character that walks over it. And now we can do that by refreshing. All right. And then the first thing that we want to do when we get in is we're going to want to delete the previous actor in the scene, right? Because we made a change that might prevent it from getting the update that we want. So we're going to start. We're just going to delete this one. All right. We're going to open this back up, minimize it, and we're going to bring our new one in, and we're going to hit play and see if it's working. And it's not working. Oh. Why does it keep doing this to me? It's like it's trolling me. Set up. Set up collision. Hmm. All right, well, that does that. I want to figure out what's going on here so I can... Save all. Bring this back in. Why is it trolling me? Wait a second. Set collision response to channel. This didn't work. Oh, god damn it. Oh, fuck me. I needed to update this to be the parent. That's why it's not working. God damn it. Let's see if I can shim it in. No, I don't think I can. I think I have to redo this entire part of the video. All right, let's edit what we've got right now and see what we need to do still. Okay, now we want to go back to our C++. And inside of our C++, we're going to start adding the rotator. And the rotator can be added. And well, good thing is we don't have to re-record everything. Okay, now we want to go back to our C++. And inside of our C++, we're going to start adding the rotator. And the rotator can be added using, we're going to do a U property again. We're just going to copy this and we're going to modify it. So instead of a U static mesh component, we're going to do a U rotating movement component and call this rotating movement. I forgot to delete these. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's come back. All right. So now that that is set up, we want to go to our back to our C++, and we're going to bring in the class U rotating movement component, and we're going to copy the static mesh, but change it to use a U rotating movement component. And we're going to call this rotating movement component, right? And then we've got to add that to our object here, right? So we're going to do rotating movement component, create default subobject, U rotating movement component, and it's going to need to import. And then we're going to name it rotating movement component. There we go. And then we're going to make sure that everything here is saved. Then come into here and reload. And then this is going to reload probably a little bit faster. There we go. We're almost done. And then we can set up the rotation speed, which is going to be 100 on, which we're going to set to 100 because that's about what we're looking for. So we're going to come in here and rotation speed 180. Oh, 180 might actually be fine. Let's double check it. Let's hit play. Oh, sorry. We got to make sure that we've added this to the world. Now we want to keep adding, we want to delete this and add this back if we make big changes, right? Just as a, there we go. And it's rotating. That's a fairly decent speed. So we'll leave it at 180 for now. So we'll leave it at 180 for now. Okay, let's get this. Okay. We're roughly about here. Okay. Okay. Okay, now that the rotating movement component has been set up, we'll want to add a collider to delete the actor on overlap with our current actor. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back into our C++ file, and we're going to start by adding in the class uSphere component. And this is going to act as our overlap component. And here we'll do uSphere component. And we'll call it collider component. Right? And then we've got to set this up inside of our constructor so it actually is attached and everything. So we'll start by doing collider component and create a default subobject, give it the class of uSphere component, and that's going to also do a little import there. And then we will give it a little handy name, which we'll call collider component, just so we have something meaningful. And then we're going to set root component to the collider component, because everything will inherit, like everything is going to be under it, because we always want the coin to be in the middle of our collider, and this is the easiest way to do it. That means that this here line needs to change from set root component to attach to the collider component. We're going to do that with mesh component, set up attachment, and we'll give it the collider component. Now we would like to set the collisions up and whatnot for the collider component. We can do that with collider component set collision enabled, and we want to do collision enabled to be collision enabled query only. Physics are not required for overlap, but query is, and query is the only thing that is required at the moment for overlap. And then we want collider component, and here we want to set everything except for the pawn to ignore. So what we're going to do is we're going to set to all channels ECR ignore, and then we're going to do collider component set collision response channel response to channel, and then we're going to do ECC pawn to ECR overlap. And the reason why we want to have specifically the pawn is because all characters are inherently pawns. You could create your own custom one to dictate just the character if you really wanted to. So now that overlap events have been turned on and all of that, which we just forgot to do, collision collider, generate overlap events to true. Sorry about that. We want to attach to the on begin overlap delegate. We can do that. There will be there's two delegates for overlaps. There's a on begin and on end. We're only going to use the on begin in this situation. So we can do that by accessing the on component begin overlap. And then we'll add a dynamic. And the first value will be, the first argument will be this. And then the second one will be a function that we'll be creating in a couple seconds here. ACPT, coin pickup actor, and that will be this. And then what we want to do is colon on begin overlap component event. And now this is complaining that this does not exist. So let's create it, and we can have this automatically create us. And I believe this should also work in Visual Studio. Now I want to make this so I can actually read it all without having to scroll sideways or horizontally. Vertical scrolling, okay. Horizontal scrolling, not okay. Now this is complaining that it does not exist in the CPP file. So we're just going to generate that in the CPP file. We're also going to do the same thing here. So it all fits without scrolling. There we go. And then in here, we want to check to see if the actor that overlapped is a character actor. We can do that by testing the result back of a cast. So if not cast a character, and then we give it this in the other actor. Oops, we don't need that. We can just return right away. Now this requires an import. And the reason why we want to do this cast with a not is because if the cast fails to convert to an A character, it will give us a null pointer. And if it does, it will give us an actual valid pointer. And valid pointers are truthful and null pointers are falsy. So using the not, we'll say, if this is false, just return. All right. And then the next thing that we want to do is destroy. And now this will just say, hey, if it's a character actor, let's destroy this this actor, and then we don't have to worry about it. Now, once this loads up, we should just be able to, let's make sure that our coin is actually there, and delete that one. And we're going to hit save all, and then hit play. And when we walk over, it should delete. Okay, we're going to launch this up now. God damn it, I don't remember what I was saying. Overlap events. Oh wait, I'm still recording, that's why. Overlap events. Okay, so we've got to double check this to see what's going on here. So we delete that, we bring this back in here. Let's open this up to see what's going on. Collider is there. Oops. Custom. Pawn. Okay, save. Okay, so it's just the delete that I needed. Okay. Hmm. Seriously? God damn it. And we can bring this up a little bit here. So, okay, now we want to go back to our C++. And inside of our C++, we're going to start adding the rotator. And the rotator can be added using, we're going to do a U property again. We're just going to copy this and we're going to modify it. So instead of a U static mesh component, we're going to do a U rotating movement component and call this rotating movement. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's come back. All right. So now that that is set up, we want to go to our back to our C++, and we're going to bring in the class U rotate. Now that that is set up, all right. So yeah. So all right. So so now that that is set up, we want to go to our back to our C++, and we're going to bring in the class U rotating movement component, and we're going to copy the static mesh, but change it to use a U rotating movement component. And we're going to call this rotating movement component, right? And then we've got to add that to our object here, right? So we're going to do rotating movement component, create default subobject, rotating movement component, and it's going to need to import. And then we're going to name it rotating movement component. There we go. And then we're going to make sure that everything here is saved. Then come into here and reload. And then this is going to reload probably a little bit faster. There we go. We're almost done. And then we can set up the rotation speed, which is going to be 100 on, which we're going to set to 100 because that's about what we're looking for. So we're going to come in here and rotation speed 180. Oh, 180 might actually be fine. Let's double check it. Let's hit play. Oh, sorry. We got to make sure that we've added this to the world. Now we want to keep adding, we want to delete this and add this back if we make big changes, right? Just as a, there we go. And it's rotating. That's a fairly decent speed. So we'll leave it at 180 for now. And then we want to add the overlapping event. Oh, sorry. We got to make sure that we've added this to the world. Now we want to keep adding, we want to delete this and add this back if we make big changes, right? Just as a, there we go. And it's rotating. That's a fairly decent speed. So we'll leave it at 180 for now. Yeah, let's get this. Okay, so this one is good. For now. Yeah, let's get this. Okay. I will be right back. Need drink. All right, I'm back. We're roughly about here. Okay. Okay. Okay, now that the rotating movement component has been set up, we'll want to add a collider to delete the actor on overlap with our current actor. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back into our C++ file, and we're going to start by set up. We'll want to add a collider to set up. We'll want to add a set up. We'll want, we'll, we'll want to add a collider set up. Rotating movement. Now that the so we don't need for now. Now that the and it's rotating, that's a fairly decent speed, so we'll leave it at 180 for now. Now that the rotating movement component has been set up, we'll want to add a collider to delete the actor on overlap with our current actor. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back into our C++ file, and we're going to start by adding in the class uSphere component. And this is going to act as our overlap component. And here we'll do uSphere component. And we'll call it collider component. Right? And then we've got to set this up inside of our constructor so it actually is attached and everything. So we'll start by doing collider component and create a default sub-object, give it the class of uSphere component, and that's going to also do a little import there. And then we will give it a little handy name, which we'll call collider component, just so we have something meaningful. And then we're going to set root component to the collider component, because everything will inherit, like everything is going to be under it, because we always want the coin to be in the middle of our collider, and this is the easiest way to do it. That means that this here line needs to change from set root component to attach to the collider component. We're going to do that with mesh component, set up attachment, and we'll give it the collider component. Now we would like to set the collisions up and whatnot for the collider component. We can do that with collider component set collision enabled, and we want to do collision enabled to be collision enabled query only. Physics are not required for overlap, but query is, and query is the only thing that is required at the moment for overlap. And then we want collider component, and here we want to set everything except for the pawn to ignore. So what we're going to do is we're going to set to all channels ECR ignore, and then we're going to do collider component set collision response channel response to channel, and then we're going to do ECC pawn to ECR overlap. And the reason why we want to have specifically the pawn is because all characters are inherently pawns. You could create your own custom one to dictate just the character if you really wanted to. So now that overlap events have been turned on and all of that, which we just forgot to do, collision collider, generate overlap events to true. Sorry about that. We want to attach to the on begin overlap delegate. We can do that. There will be there's two delegates for overlaps. There's a on begin and on end. We're only going to use the on vertical scrolling. Okay, horizontal scroll is false, and we're sure that our coin and the reason why we want to do this cast with a not is because if the cast fails to convert to an A character, it will give us a null pointer. And if it does, it will not. It will give us an actual valid pointer. And valid pointers are truthful, and null pointers are falsy. So using the not, we'll say if this is false, just return. All right. And then the next thing that we want to do is destroy. And now this will just say, hey, if it's a actor, let's destroy this this actor, and then we don't have to worry about it. Start recording. We have like 2 more things to do now, and then we're done. They'll still be refining, but I'm going to go for food after this. Okay. Okay, so now that we've finished compiling, we're going to make sure that our collisions are set up correctly. We're going to come in here, collider. We can type in collision, and we can see custom. What we want to see is pawn here, no physics, query only. Sorry. There we go. Save. And then we want to make sure that we don't have the coin actually in the world anymore, because I found that this one actually causes issues. It doesn't update cleanly all the time. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. So we'll call it, and then we walk over it and we see it delete. Beautiful. So the next things that we want to do are going to be the Niagara system. So we're going to add a Niagara system, new system from selected emitter, and we want to use the omnidirectional burst. So we'll just click on this and then add it and then finish. Then this is going to be NS Niagara system, coin burst. There we go. And then we can come into here. Now we'll open this up, and we want to get rid of the sprite because we're not rendering a sprite, we're rendering a mesh. So we'll come back into here after deleting it, and we'll say mesh render. And then we will come over here for the meshes. We can add multiple, but in this case, we only want to add one. We'll add that in. And here you'll see that it's working. Beautiful. So now what we want to do is on the particle spawn, we have this sprite uniform. We don't want sprites again, so we'll unset this, and we're going to set random uniform. And we're going to say 0.5 to 0.75. And that just means that each coin that spawns, it will be randomly 0.5 or 0.75, somewhere in there, in that range, right? We can save that now, and we can, now we've got the coin and the mono. Everything's, sorry, we've got the coin and the coin pickup sound, wave file. That's all good. And let's do a quick save all to make sure everything's working or good to go. And then what we're going to do is we're going to come into, we're going to go back into Unreal, sorry, the IDE, and we're going to add in the last little bit here from to process the explosion for the emitter, and also um, the sound effect. So what we're going to do here is we need to bring in the Niagara system. So class U Niagara system. And one of the things that this is going to require is we're going to need to update our build. So we're going to go over to our build, and I've already got it added, but you need to add the private dependency module names with range. Add range, and then you would pass it in a new string list with Niagara being called. And this just says, hey, please include this when we do our compile. All right. So once that's been added, we can continue forward. All right. So one of the things that we need to do is we need another U property. And we want to be able to edit it. So here, this would be a U Niagara system. And here we'll say on pickup effect. And then we want one other thing, which is the U sound base. So class U sound base. And this is going to hold the sound file that we're going to use to play when we walk over the actor. Pickup sound. All right, and then here we're going to say if. So we're going to do the pickup sound first. So if pickup sound. So this just says if I have a pickup sound, right? We're going to use a U gameplay statistics, right? Play sound at location. We're going to give it this as a context, and then we're going to say pickup sound, and then we're going to want to play that at the actor location. So get actor location, and then we want to give it a volume multiplier. Volume multiplier, and the volume multiplier is a float, so we'll quickly create that while we're here. And this is no longer that. We'll just do float volume multiplier. And I'm going to set this to a default of 0.5. 0.5 is just relative to how much we want. So 1 is 100%, 0.5 is 50%. Now we've got an error here because we need to import this. So we're going to do that, and you'll see that it imported the Kismet gameplay statistics. And then we've got another error here because I didn't type things correctly. So we're just going to copy over multiplier. That's correct. All right. Then the next thing that we want to do is if on pickup effect, right? We want to do a const f vector, right? And we want to give it an offset. Get actor up vector. This just returns which direction is up for the actor. So in this case, the Z axis. So it's going to be I think it's going to be 1, 0, 0, 0 or something like that, or no, 0, 0, 1 as the values, right? And then we want to multiply it by pickup effect spawn offset. Now this is not a predefined thing, right? So what we want to do is we want to do another float property. And then this one here we'll say is pickup effect spawn offset. And here we want to give it a spawn offset of 90, right? There we go. And then the next thing that we want to do is actually do the call to create and play the Niagara effect. So Niagara system, sorry, Niagara function library, and then spawn system at location. And this is also going to require an import, but this one doesn't autocomplete for some reason. I'm not sure why. Probably because it's requires extra stuff. So include Niagara function library. And then we need to actually provide in the context and everything. So we'll say this, and then on pickup effect, right? So this is the effect that we would like to have. And then we want to spawn it on the other actor at their current location, right? So we'll get the other actors, get actor location, and then we want to add our offset. There we go. And now we're going to make sure that everything is saved and do save all. And then we're going to restart. And now this is going to recompile everything. And then we'll be able to add that Niagara effect to the actor, right? And it will play that that pickup effect on overlap. Instead of just deleting it, it will play the audio, spawn the Niagara effect, and then delete. All right, so we're going to open this up so we can set those values. And here we've got the Niagara, and we want to select, we want to select this and fill it, and hit save and compile. And then we hit play, and there we go. Now we can move these around the map. We're going to have multiples of them if we really want. And we're done. Ooh. Sound and VFX. God damn, this always takes me so long to do. Man, editing is no joke. God damn it. I hate that I have to like... No! There we go. And the reason why we want to do this cast with a not is because if the cast fails to... The next thing that we want to do is destroy. And now this will just say, hey, if it's a character, actor, let's destroy this actor. About it. Recording. About it. Recording. We have like 2 more things to do now, and then we're done. They'll still be refining, but I'm going to go for food after this. Okay. Okay, so now that we've finished compiling, we're going to make sure that our collisions are set up correctly. We're going to come in here, collider. We can type in collision, and we can see custom. What we want to see is pawn here, no physics. I forgot. And we can see custom. We can type in collision. Okay, so now that we've finished compiling, we're okay. Worry about it. Okay, so now that we've finished compiling, we're going to make sure that our collisions are set up correctly. We're going to come in here, collider. We can type in collision. Pickup effect, right? So this is the effect that we would like to have. And then we want to spawn it on the other actor at their current location, right? So we'll get the other actors, get actor location, and then we want to add our offset. There we go. And now we're going to make sure that everything is saved and do save all. And then we're going to restart. And now this is going to recompile everything. And then we'll be able to add that Niagara effect to the actor, right? And it will play that that pickup effect on overlap. Instead of just deleting it, it will play the audio, spawn the Niagara effect, and then delete. All right, so we're going to open this up so we can set those values. And here we've got the Niagara, and we want to select, we want to select this and fill it, and hit save and compile. And then we hit play, and there we go. Now we can move these around the map. We're going to have multiples of them if we really want. I have my audio muted. Damn it. And save and compile. And then we hit and compile. Because I had things going. Oops. Okay. Start recording. All right, this is the last file, the last one. All right. All right, and now we can walk over and it will play the I forgot to unmute the computer. Now when we walk over, it plays the audio, and we can add a bunch of these, and they will all play audio and give us Niagara effects. So let's just put a couple of these in here for our player to run into. Not the greatest at doing this type of movement, so please bear with me quickly here. There we go. We'll bring that up like so. One there, and one in between there. And then we'll hit play, and it's beautiful. And we're done. And thank you again for everybody who watched. And if there's any tutorials for blueprints to C++ that you would like to see in the future, please feel free to comment below. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and give me a follow over on Twitch. I stream quite a bit. So thank you, and bye-bye. Nika55, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Ending. Oof, we're almost done. I'm almost done. And then I can go for food. File. Start recording. All right, this is the last file. The last one. All right. All right, and now we can walk over and it will play the I forgot to unmute the computer. Now when we walk over, it plays the audio, and we can add a bunch of these, and they will all play. Oh, thank God. Now when we walk over, save and compile. Now when we walk over, it plays the audio, and we can add a bunch of these, and they will all play audio and give us Niagara effects. So let's just put a couple of these in here for our player to run into. Not the greatest at doing this type of movement, so please bear with me quickly here. There we go. We'll bring that up like so. One there, and one in between there. And then we'll hit play, and it's beautiful. And we're done. And thank you again for everybody who watched. And if there's any tutorials for blueprints to C++ that you would like to see in the future, please feel free to comment below. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and give me a follow over on Twitch. I stream quite a bit. So thank you, and bye-bye. All right, this is good enough for now. We're going to do save project. Everything is saved. Everything is good to go. I can finally call it a night. God damn, that was difficult. There is so much stuff to do. Oh wow. Oh yeah, he's been programming. He's been live for 9 minutes. Let's give my favorite Finnish content creator a little raidy raid. He was part of Finnish Gold, the in the demo scene days. Very talented programmer and music creator. Anyways, so we'll give him a raid, and everybody enjoy the rest of your night. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for the people who followed and rated and chatted and lurked and all that wonderful jazz. You were all amazing, and I will catch you all later. All right, ta-ta for now.